Okay, the time being 10:05, we'll get started. I'm going to open the public hearing on HB 728. And Representative Ohm will introduce the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm introducing House Bill number 728FN, authorizing video lottery terminals at charity gaming facilities and repealing historic horse racing licensing.
Okay. Would you like to say any more? Would you take questions?
I'll defer to the prime sponsor who has a lot of comments on this. I will say that the bill itself does a change in the split between the operator's take and the take of the charities and the take of New Hampshire. The HHR bill that we have in statute gives 75% of the take to the operator and 25% of the take to the state of New Hampshire to be split up under current law. The new bill, HB 728, changes the machines from what I think are basically off-track betting terminals, horse racing terminals, into true video lottery terminals, true slot machines. As part of that process, the bill will give an additional take to the state. It reduces the take from the operator from 75% to 70% and increases the take to the state from 25 to 30%.
Okay, thank you. I know that you're not the sponsor of this, so I don't think we'll, unless Representative Elmy may have a question.
Just a view. Are we not going to be able to talk to Representative Doucette about this bill?
We may not be able to, so we will hear from other testimony for now. All right, thank you, Representative Ohm. Next, we'll hear from former State Rep Pat Abrami. Welcome back to Ways and Means.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was minding my own business yesterday at about 4 o'clock. I just went into the calendar and said, what's going on in Ways and Means? Because I was just like keeping track. Then I saw this bill. I said, I really should show up, given that first off, Pat Abrami, former state rep, 6 terms, Ways and Means for 12 years, and also was chair of the Charitable Gaming Study Commission, as you all know, because I've been here before on this. I put before you a handout, which would be important to follow along with, especially the first page. And I guess I thought I was going to repeat what Fred was going to say, but I guess I just found out just a minute ago that Fred took a job elsewhere. So, as you know, we had a consultant, Spectrum, and in that report, it said that, New Hampshire, it's costing you 12 to 18% more in expense to have these historic racing machines because of the fees associated with the totalator fees, which are the thing that calculates the winnings like any other track race, and the fees that go to the tracks, because this whole concept was founded by folks in Kentucky who know that racing is dying, and they were looking for another source of revenue. So all those historic races, they charge for those. So there's a fee in between. This is from the consultant, about 12 to 18%. So wasn't our charge to really be looking at, do we convert as a commission from historic racing to slot machines? I'm calling the slot machines the vernacular. Okay, there's other language in here. I'm just using the vernacular, slot machines, that everybody knows. So I took a look at the bill last night, and my wife said, "What are you doing?" We used to have dinner at a certain time. She said, "Well, give me another hour. I'm going to put something together here." And I reviewed the bill, and I had some questions, but I also wanted to share my understanding of the bill, and I'm glad I'm here because the prime sponsor isn't here. And again, I didn't know he took another job. So in the first page, I think Representative Ohms touched on it. I said, who's the beneficiary of the gross gaming revenue? The gross gaming revenue is the revenue less all the payouts, okay, whether it's table games or the machine games. So, yes, the facilities were getting 75% of the revenue, but now with this new bill, they would only get 70%, as Representative Ohm mentioned. And I have a footnote, and I'm going to explain that in a second. Charities go from 8.33% to 10.5%, or plus 2.17. Lottery, which is really goes to the education fund eventually, goes from 16.67% to 18%, or an increase of 1.33%. Problem gaming, nothing came from it other than problem gaming was funded by breakage from historic racing. Breaking is a horse racing term for when they settle out, any rounding goes to the facility, okay. But what we did in historic racing is pointed that breakage to problem gaming, and I have some comments on that as well. And then the new wrinkle is that the sponsor of the bill decided that Group B retirement should be a beneficiary of 1.425% of the gain. So let's look at footnote 1. So the consultant report said that 55% of table game revenue that went to facilities was low. So they said that was low. But then they said 75% of HHR revenue going to facilities was high as compared to slot machines. Using HHR machines instead of slot machines cost the facility 12.18% more because of totalizer and historical racing fees to the tracks. Also, there are only four manufacturers of historic racing machines, and there are 12 manufacturers of slot machines. And what we found out in the commission was that given that there's not very lack of competition in that market of HHR machines, that the facilities can get a better deal with slot machines just from a sheer competition standpoint. So even though the percentage of gross gaming revenue is reduced by 5%, facilities benefit because their operating costs will go down. Remember, doing away with those fees helps first the facilities. They do not get they're gonna run these machines without having to pay the cost of all those fees for the totalizer and for the historic racing fees to the tracks. And then there's better competition. They can get better prices on the slot machines than they can with HHR machines because of the competition. So yes, they're getting 5% less. But in the same breath, I will say that, remember, the consultant's report said that the table game revenues were lower to the facilities than a normal that they see out there. So I think in balance, I'm not going to address whether it's a good idea to go to Group B retirement or wherever you want to allocate the money. But I think Representative Ohm touched on it. It's really two things: what goes to the facilities and what goes to the state. And what the state does with allocating that money is up to you folks. Okay, so in that, what I just said in the footnote 1 is in the recommendation 12 of the report. If you want to, I don't know if you ever got the report out to everybody, but that's what that is. So for charities gain 2.17% in this bill, the way written. And again, the commission report recommendation 12 said that charities and the state's revenues will increase, and they will. And let me read recommendation 12. Again, this wasn't on our radar screen, but we took it up because of the consultant's report. The question that we posed to the commission was, should New Hampshire switch from HHR machines to slot machines? And here's the dialogue that went on. As mentioned before, the Spectrum report indicates that facilities are paying 12 to 18% of GGR, gross gaming revenue, more for HHR machines because of the totalizer and historic racing fees that do not exist in slot machines. In addition, there are only 4 HHR manufacturers and close to a dozen slot machine manufacturers. So because of competition, the lease costs for HH machines are higher than slot machines. As discussion evolved in the commission, there was a recognition that the legislature went with HHR machines when we did in the first place, since there wasn't much support for slot machines. I'm just being honest here. At the time, the fact that HHR machines have about a 5-second delay between plays was enough to win support in the legislature. And what I mean there is, okay, these machines are really designed for people to pull down a screen and to look at the race and to see the record of the horse, not the name of the horse, the record of the jockey, not the name of the jockey, and to make a reasoned decision about which horse you're going to say is going to win, place, whatever. I've observed over my years since that went in, through my commission work, going to various facilities, nobody plays it that way. Everybody plays the auto play, like they're playing a slot machine. And that's just the way it is. And I've talked to owners of these facilities, and they concur that that's basically the way people play. So moving from the standpoint of the user, they think they're playing slot machines anyway. Okay. So, but that 5-second delay is because of the calculation that has to be made after the button is pushed and the winners are chosen. Then it has a slight delay to do that totalizer work that needs to be done to calculate the payouts. Okay. But 5 seconds. But this is what the commission said. The deliberative, I call it the speed, and they changed it to deliberative velocity. The deliberative velocity of play of these machines was still attractive to many on the commission, meaning they wanted to stay with HHR. Also discussed was whether it was too soon to consider changing to the slot machines. But there was a consensus that moving to slot machines would increase revenues to the facilities, the charities, and the state. And as you can see, this bill, that does happen. Okay. So, so that's that one. And then for the lottery, which basically the net, most of the lottery net goes to, all of the lottery net goes to the education fund. So that went up 1.3%. And basically, I would point you to the commission report, again, 12. I talked about breakage, and let me read my footnote 4. With the HHR machines, breakage was the source of revenue for problem gaming. The commission study discovered that only one vendor had the capacity to calculate the breakage. Big problem. 4 vendors, only one was calculating it. Only one vendor was contributing to the fund. This issue was placed on the action. We didn't have enough time to resolve that. So this issue was placed on the action list for the follow-up commission to address, which you all voted for. There's a follow-up commission. And we had a long list of things that we recommended needed to continue on. If this bill passes, there will be a more steady flow of problem gaming funds doing it this way. And it'll be, and I don't have the raw numbers. And there was no fiscal note, but it'll be substantial. Even though it sounds like a small percentage, it'll be a substantial amount that will go to the problem gaming fund. And we had a whole secondary study done on, like I mentioned last time, on problem gaming. And there's a lot of work that needs to be done on problem gaming, not just from the charitable gaming, but from all of the betting that goes on in the state. And that was also in our report, that this follow-up commission should really be addressing a better structure for problem gaming. So, but this problem of breakage, if you go to slot machines, goes away. It goes away. So I guess as a benefit, if we go to slot machines, this breakage issue is no longer an issue. And then we also have a better stream of revenue. So on the 5th point about Group B, again, I just simply say that it's up to Ways and Means to decide what a reasonable allocation should be. So there's two other points I want to make. One, the other issue that needed to be solved was between slot machines and HHR machines, which is recommendation 20 in our report. And let me read recommendation 20. And this issue came up from our Assistant Attorney General, who was on the commission. Okay, so the question we posed to our commission members, this is the way I did it as chair. I posed the question, and then we have the discussion, and then we come to a conclusion. Do we agree with the Spectrum report that our gaming, 20, is there an undue economic concentration of HHR machine manufacturers currently functioning in New Hampshire market? The commission discussed whether the legislature should consider economic concentration among the manufacturers of historic racing machines. The evidence suggests that only 2 manufacturers of HHR machines control almost the entire market. If you looked at it, I mean, one is the real dominant, there's one that's kind of a moderate, and the other 2 are very, very little. So there's really, really one, maybe 1.5 of the vendors that, of their machines that are in place. Again, and for the whole state, suggesting a lack of competition and a near monopolistic status over a significant portion of gaming within the state. The commission recommends legislation to remedy this, consistent with Article 83 of the New Hampshire Constitution. And Representative Roulerie, this is for you. The last page of what I handed out has Article 83, and I underlined the relevant piece. Free and fair competition in trades and industries is an inherent and essential right of the people and should be protected against all monopolies and conspiracies, which tend to hinder or destroy it. So, so this was another thing that we were suggesting be taken up by the follow-up commission and or by the legislature. But again, if we do away with HHR, this goes away as well. So, and then the last thing is I always wanted to make sure, and I didn't have time to, I read the bill twice. I didn't really have time to study it. But my interpretation, facilities phasing out of HHR slot machines. I'm assuming that's on page 5 of the bill, lines 20 to 22. If you look at the effective dates, it says Section 1 of this act shall take effect upon passage, which puts in place all the language in Section 1, which is all the slot machine language. Okay. And then the remainder of this act shall take effect January 1, 2028. So like 3 years. And that does away with all of the HHR language. Okay, that goes away. So my interpretation is it seems like slot machines can start being phased out upon passage of Section 1. It seems like HHR machines need to be phased out by January 1st, 2028, when all other sections of this bill are eliminated from Section 6. And then I concluded, well, it seems like in the interim, between when, and it's on the effective date, okay, it's the phased out upon passage, between upon passage to January 1st of 2028, I think what the bill is saying is that we can, during the interim, that these machines can be phased out and phased in. Okay, there's a 3-year people up to the facility what they want to do. They want to start phasing out their historic racing machines. They can at a certain pace and start putting in HHR slot machines. They can. It's up to them. They can choose in this period. Well, it can't be instantaneous, but let's say they want to get rid of all their HHR machines. They can do this probably in a couple of months or probably half a year and have all slot machines. Up to them. That is my interpretation. I was going to ask the prime sponsor if that was his interpretation, but anybody here can help me. I just put that out as a question that needs to be verified.
Okay,
So that's what I have. Thank you, sir.
thank you. Questions? Representative Elmy.
Thank you. I'm trying to just ask questions that you might know more about from the commission than whatever he's doing. But the first one is, are there HRM contracts that would have to be broken?
Are there
Uh,
HHR contracts?
Sorry, you call it something else these days, the horse racing machines.
Yeah, the HHR machines.
Yeah.
Well, again, there's a 3-year, that's why, is this a 3 years, 25, 26, 27? Yeah, 3 years. There's 3 years. I'm not sure what the length of these agreements are. Most of the facilities will lease them. That's a good question. Maybe someone behind me knows the answer to that, but I would assume, because this technology evolves for all these different kind of machines, and I don't. This is my opinion. You can verify that. I don't think they get into long-term leases of these because they want to get the latest and greatest machine in to do it. So I think they were giving them 3 years to get out of any leases, or I think leases would expire, and probably what would happen is when the lease expires, they're going to go to slot machines.
Yeah. If
Follow
I
up?
could, another one on who provides the programming for the slot machines. When we were doing this for a long time, decade or two ago, there was substantial testimony and books that were written that showed that the programming for slot machines is done from one central place in a casino and changes as different clientele show up in the slot machine area, so that they will get the maximum amount of money out of the people who have come in.
Right. Okay. Again, I'm not an expert in this, but okay. First off, and even in the historic racing bill and in this bill, there's a range of payouts in slot machines and in historic racing machines too. The lower the payouts, the less likely people are going to come to use those machines, because they feel it. They feel that this if you go to Vegas, there are all sorts of. If you go to the old Vegas, you get bigger payouts there, probably lower overhead, and they can tolerate that. But if they set the payouts too low, so that they would make more money, they're going to lose business. And now in New Hampshire, as you know, we have agreed to up to 19 facilities, and there's going to be competition that's going to prevent any tampering with that rate. Now, in terms of the machines themselves, it's in the bill. I did see it again, that all these machines, and Charlie McIntyre could testify to this better than I can, but all these machines are they have to be tested. There's a lab that tests these things that we, I don't know if I'm saying this correctly, but we contract with, that make sure that these machines aren't being tampered with. And I would ask Charlie that question, but that's my understanding.
Thank
Representative
you. I did have a third if nobody else is.
I've
There
got
is
several
one.
other people with questions,
Yeah.
but
Specifically, and this is a complete, utter dead end issue for me, is the problem gaming money. New Hampshire's a smaller state than Massachusetts. What seems like a lot of money, if it is not enough money to reestablish the problem gaming work in this state, we are just depending on addicts to run our state. And I find this extremely offensive. So,
Representative Almy,
so my question
Oh, okay,
is,
I'm
do
sorry.
you know anything about, did the commission look at how much money you really need in order to have more than the brochure that is mentioned in this?
no, we didn't. Okay, yes, actually, Representative Almy, I agree with you 100%. When we, and that's why, as a commission, we had a little extra money that was allocated to us by legislature. We had a second consultant, a problem gaming consultant, come in. So if you look at our final report, there's a couple of appendices. One has the spectrum report, and then there's a second report had to do with problem gaming. Again, this wasn't our mission as a. I took this where it led us as a commission, and I said, we got a big problem. We had people come in that supposedly were doing something on problem gaming in the state, but it was very weak. It was weak. That's why we engaged this other consultant. They gave us a lot of great ideas. And again, in our final report, we said that the legislature should take up some of the issues that are in this report that we got from the consultant about problem gaming. And we also agreed that we need a better stream of revenue. And again, I don't know, without having the numbers, the current numbers, what this 0.075% is. Okay. It sounds small, but it's not going to be. I was just talking to Commissioner Charlie Mack, the Executive Director of Lottery, about the Nash opening this weekend, and it was record-setting numbers, astronomical numbers that would, if they kept up, just alone, they would increase the amount of if this was in place, how much money would go to problem gaming. So we couldn't conclude what the right number was. Okay, we knew it had to be more, and we left it up to the legislature to come up with that. And again, it's on the thing for the follow-up commission to deal with. If the legislature doesn't have time to do it, the commission should take this one up. And actually, I said one of the first things that you should do is take that up, because I wrote the report. I said this should be the one.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Yeah, I was on that commission as well. We did discuss this. We did recognize it as a problem. And and thus, the recommendation that the legislature take this up, but the new commission will also take this up. If the legislature has not acted by the time the commission has additional thoughts on how that should proceed. Representative Schamberg, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking I have two questions, so I'll ask for a follow-up when I come. Concerning recommendation 20 about undue concentration, you mentioned the Assistant Attorney General. Did he ever use the words monopoly and conspiracy regarding HHR?
He is the one who came up with the. Give me a second. He's the one who came up with the point that we should. He said, make it consistent with. Where is it? Make it consistent with Article 83 of the Constitution. And what the words I read to you were Article 83 of the Constitution. So I guess yes. That was from him.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman. Second question, by removing HHR, wouldn't we be removing free and fair competition from the people to decide which one they would like to do, HHR or this other one, slots?
Well, all of us representing, all of you representing the people can make that decision. I mean, that's my best answer.
Well, by people, do you mean constituents, or do you mean the people running?
Well, I just say it says free and fair competition of trades is inherent and essential right of the people.
Okay.
So that's why I'm asking, is this?
So, but again,
Are we
what it
removing
really
that?
refers to is businesses that are we keeping, is there competition among a like business, in this case, HHR manufacturers?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Representative Southworth.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Representative
Hey, how you
Bromley,
doing?
for taking my question. I wanted to just clarify number 5, the money going to Group B retirement. I know there's a gap in the retirement from the 2011 changes and so on that they wanted to correct, and various sources have said there's going to be money for that, I think 40 million or something. I just wanted to clarify, is this to fill that gap that we've been
Okay.
talking about?
Again, the first time I saw this bill was about 4 o'clock last night.
Yeah.
So I was hoping Representative Dissett was going to be here to explain that. I'm not quite sure.
I'm
I mean, that
assuming
was
it's
the,
not
I would assume, I would say a high probability is that's the reason.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Representative Ohm.
Yeah, thank you. I have a question on the license fees for HHR. This kind of goes back to legislative intent, which I hope you could comment on. It struck me that the legislative intent with the HHR was to have the mom and pop class of charities get some additional money in and have that money go to charities in particular. And what we found is that with a very modest license fee for the HHR license, it turned out that that license could be, in effect, sold to a third-party operator through the interpretation of the law that said because the legislative intent was not clear in the HHR legislation, that under case law, the business could be acquired along with the HHR license and then had that property sold to a major operator and relocated to another part of the city. And as a consequence of that, the HHR license became extremely valuable from a $250 price that we charged to what I estimate might be worth as much as $10 million. So my question goes back to the legislative intent. Was the legislative intent on HHR to just have the mom and pop operators use these machines to stay in place and get some additional money, or was the legislative intent to allow these operators to sell this license? And
Okay. I'm going to give you my honest answer. And obviously, you know, I was involved with bringing HHR to New Hampshire because I was supporting the charities. The goal was to bring more money to the charities in the state. And I'll be honest with you, I did not recognize then what door that opened up. And it opened up a significant door. We only have, I think, one locally owned facility left of the 19 licenses. We now have opened up, all of the major players are coming in the door and they own these facilities. And I think that's the reason for the commission, because we saw what was happening and we said, wow. But the problem is that everybody's playing by the rules that were in law. And we didn't change the rules. The rules are the rules. Low fees, low whatever. And it's happened. Okay. We have what we have now. We have large facilities, and we have even the Brook, which is one of the more profitable, places that people like to go, is doing well, is going to expand. Nash opened up. We're going to have the Salem place that's going to open. It's going to be very big. So what the commission talked about was that what's going to happen is that the marketplace is probably going to cleanse itself eventually. I mean, a little bit happened in Nashua. I mean, there were 3 facilities. Now we're down to 2. The 2 became 1. I don't know how long the other is going to last there, because these are, I agree. I mean, these, for whatever the reason, these have becoming real casinos with amenities that people want. And that's what drew so many people over the weekend to Nashua, because of the amenities, the restaurants, the entertainment, all that. It's a night out. People view it as a night out. And it has just evolved. And that's why it was important that you continue this commission to address the issues. And you've heard me say this here that we need to modify the model of how the charities, because if you look at the example of the Nash, I mean, there were charities making 150,000 at the bigger places. The Nash is like gigantic. And if we don't change the 10 days to something less, or, each charity gets 10 days, we have to change that model. And again, it's also on the top of the list of issues that I tried to change it. I gave suggestions of how to change it. And it needs to be dealt with. And I'm hoping that that's also there's a lot of priorities here that this commission should take up. And that's one of them. Because I anticipated, I showed my math to everybody. I said, a charity there they could gain up to $400,000 for 10 days. That's not right. We should spread that wealth to more charities. And so I guess the bottom line here is that the good news is that we're growing, we can help charities, but the legislature has to act to change that allocation model, because we're not letting more charities. Matter of fact, we went from 3 facilities in Nashua. I told this example last time. One didn't have HHR. So there were 3 charities that were helped. Now we have 2 facilities. And if they had the 10 days each, we're only helping 1/3 less, because it's that Nash, even though it's gigantic, it still has two charities sponsored that night. So we need as a legislature to jump on this, and hopefully the Senate will. I don't know where that bill is about forming the commission. I would strongly. As a matter of fact, I'm trying to see Kelly Ayotte about this, to strongly, actually, believe it or not, Lou D'Alessandro and I, Senator D'Alessandro, different party than me. For whatever reason, we got along, and he and I have been talking. He calls me periodically. We talk about what's going on this. And then I said, "Look, I'm trying to see Kelly about this," and he said, "Can I come?" I go, "Yeah, absolutely," because he knows as well what we need to change in this model.
Yeah.
So.
Thank you. Follow up?
Yeah, just one follow-up. First, thank you very much for your very detailed explanation of the history. The only follow-up I have is regarding the current license fee. Given
There is
the
none.
facts on the ground, do you feel that license fee is appropriate, or should it be changed to something more substantial?
Okay. Again, the lottery could correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that there's $700. I think it's $700 a year to have a game operator's license, to have the facility. $700 a year, whether it's initial or renewal. We talked about this at length. I was suggesting we increase that through the commission, but I couldn't get the vote to do it. My understanding is that there is no additional fee, and please hope, if I'm wrong, hopefully the executive
we'll
director
have-
corrects me.
We'll have the director come up and answer
Yeah,
some of
please.
those. Yeah.
But my understanding is that there's no additional fee for the HHR machines.
Thank you. Representative Spar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is GGR, is that after payout, right?
Yeah, gross gaming revenue
Okay.
is F payouts.
Right, okay. Follow up?
Follow up?
The other question, this is backing to what Representative Chamber was saying. I don't know the law, but does it have to be either or as far as slot or HHR, or could you do both?
Well, I'm asking the same question you are.
Okay.
Again, I just read this last night, and I wish the prime sponsor was here.
And that,
But
yeah,
my interpretation, the way it's written in the sections that come to effect, I think my interpretation is that it can be phased in over 3 years. So they can have both, because the new statute is the beginning. Section 1 is the new statute that has to do with the slot machines. But the old statute, the sections they'll get phased out until 2020, January 2028. So to me, both are in place. Okay, so a facility can phase out their historic racing machines over time and phase in slot machines, is my interpretation. But I asked it as a question myself, because I think when I read the legislation, that's what it said. Okay, and if you look at that's why it's important to look in these, and if you're a new legislator, it's important to look at well, there's also in line 16 on page 5, repeal. You can see repeal, what gets repealed, line 16 through 19. But repeal is not in section 1. It's part of the rest of the bill. And the rest of the bill, the existing bill, maintains historic racing until 2028. Okay, so so I interpret this as, yes, the facilities can have both, and they can phase in and out at their speed that they want to phase in and out of between these two.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Okay, next I am going to ask Alicia Preston to come up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Alicia Preston, I represent the New Hampshire Charitable Gaming Operators Association. We are here in support of this bill. As Representative Abrami pointed out, this is a recommendation from a study commission that took kind of a deep dive into the industry, and Spectrum Gaming, who was the third-party consultant that they hired to look at the industry as a whole. We think this is kind of a natural progression in the industry. We also support the 30% tax rate, while that is 5% higher than historic horse racing. As noted, there is more of a cost to run the HHR machines than there are video lottery terminals. That's why everyone calls it slots. Video lottery terminals. And so we think that that is a fair move from 25 to 30%.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And next, I'll invite Director McIntyre to come up.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Charlie McIntyre, Lottery Director. I owe you a pink card.
Yes.
Fill it out after I'm done.
Yeah, when you're done, it's fine.
I think I get drafted regardless, you know. Obviously, these types of bills, we don't take a fundamental position on. And as a practical matter, the fiscal note was delayed slightly. I think we got it to you the day you printed the bill. But I actually would like an opportunity to revise our revenue estimates dramatically upward, given the opening this past weekend and what's to come. The facilities that will be opening soon. The revenue estimate is based on a statewide average, which is the way you would do it normally. But that includes facilities which have lower revenues. There's 2 facilities in Hampton, which are based, you know, it's not crowded in Hampton right now. And there's a facility in Belmont that's kind of isolated as well. But the facilities along the border, which derive, I think, the Nash's parking lots in Massachusetts, significant population density from our southern neighbor, I have to revise upward rather significantly. Moreover, when we did the fiscal note for HHR, I believe our original revenue estimates were $150 per machine per day, which was an accurate representation based off of then states that did HHR, Kentucky, Wyoming, and I think Arkansas. Based on our existing revenues, that is wildly low. Wildly low. If you take out the 2 Hampton facilities in Belmont, the average per room is $287 per machine and growing rapidly. That is the reason, for example, the Brook is expanding. The rule of thumb in gaming is if you're over $250 a machine, you add. If you're below $250 a machine, you subtract. And so I would imagine, as Representative or former Representative Brahmi said, I would imagine there'll be facilities adding machines sooner rather than later. But I will happily answer. I gather you folks have questions, and I'll happily answer any that I'm able to. Knowing this, please, this was not, we didn't write this bill. We just commented on it. So that I ask you to, if looking for logic and why something says something, it wasn't us that wrote it. So
I have a initial question here. Looking at the bill I have in front of me, it looks like there's no fiscal note.
we sent it over like a few days late, and
Okay.
I have been working with
That's my question.
Yeah, and certainly, and honestly, it would be outdated right now, only because of the facility that opened this weekend, and there's a facility opening tonight in Rochester. So it would be old information, and I apologize for not having it on time.
When do you think we could have an updated?
As soon as give me a date this week if that's okay. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, I could update it.
That would be great. The sooner, probably the sooner the better.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'll close business tomorrow. I'll have it.
Thank you. Questions? Representative Opal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Mr. Director, for taking my question. I'm just curious, and maybe I'm thinking about this in the wrong way, but I would assume that an opening like the Nash, there's a novelty to it of sorts. But historically, what's been the trajectory for these facilities? Is it steadily up? Is it sort of big splash initially and then it sort of levels off or goes down? What's the history?
I mean, it's a combination of both. Population density is a given in gaming. The more folks are in an area, obviously the higher the revenue. And the Nash may represent what I would characterize as a unique place, only because I have some inside knowledge. One of my good friends was a senior vice president of a very large gaming company, which I won't name because I don't want to out him. But when he did a review, when New Hampshire was looking at casinos, he said the best location in the state was Nashua. And then it was one of the best he'd ever seen. And so it might also just be that Nashua it's not just Nashua, it's the southern border. If you put a pin in Nashua, north of that circle is like 600,000 people. Below that's almost 2 million. And so you're deriving a lot of people from Massachusetts. To be sure, opening night's always but I would tell you that I was there when they opened, and it was supposed to be quote unquote soft opening, and within an hour the place was packed. And over the weekend there were lines for machines, which I would guess that a lot of folks are tired of driving to Boston. I grew up in Quincy, outside Boston, and Everett's not easy to get to, and Foxwoods is even less so. And so I would imagine that you're driving a lot of traffic from the northern Middlesex, Essex counties. And so, but once again, the information is only like 4 days old, so I'm at a disadvantage.
Follow up, Mr.
Follow up.
Again,
Yeah.
in New Hampshire, whether it's Southern Tier or Lebanon or elsewhere,
Sure.
what has been the history of, and I know obviously video terminals, slot machines are new or, don't exist yet. But for historic horse racing, for these others, I mean, do they tend to sort of find a level and then?
They do. I'm certainly, but that level, opening night is opening night, so you don't count that.
Right.
And so month over month, there's growth, and we still have growth. The Spectrum report that was referenced by Representative Abrami, I was on that commission as well as Representative Janigi and Representative Doucette, said the market for New Hampshire is probably 6,000 machines, give or take, if they were ideally placed across the state for maximum efficiency. That's never going to happen. The market's, but that's what it looks like. So we're still well below that.
Thank you.
Well, try this again. Representing Schaumburg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director, for taking this question. On page 3, line 10, it mentions 1/4 of 1% of the amount collected payment will go to problem gaming services. What is the present amount that goes to these problem gaming services, and would this bill increase the amount?
As I understand it, currently the amount is $150,000 annually, which is budgeted. It's budgeted from our revenues as a budget item, and that percent would be more.
Okay.
I haven't done the back of the envelope math on it yet, but it would be more. And I can certainly, as a part of the fiscal note, Mr. Chair, if that pleases the committee, I can do that too, as part of the fiscal note, as to what we anticipate that number would be.
Yeah, we'd also like the historical amount of money that was spent, how much was returned to the general fund or whatever.
Okay.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Follow up, sir?
Thank you, sir, for taking this question. On line 14, D, the remainder of the amount collected to the Lottery Commission for use according to the special fund established under RSA 284:21-J. Your expenses come out first for the Lottery Commission in regards to this, and the part of the question I'm trying to get to is what percent goes into the ETF? Doesn't 284 allows you to withdraw first, right?
Sure, it looks like it would be 60%, 60% of the amount set aside for charities in the state would go to the ETF fund.
Say that, if I
So
might,
it's 30,
Representative.
so if you take out, so you get $1. By the terms of this bill, 70 cents goes to the operator, 30 cents goes to the state and the charities.
My question, Mr. Chairman, is of that 30% that goes to, you get to pull out your expenses from that, right?
No.
No?
So we don't separately expense this function. So last year, our net revenues were $207 million. Our expenses were 15. So for us to parse out what we spend on charitable gambling versus what we spend on lottery is just an extra, there's no point. Our investigators do both functions. Our auditors do both functions. I do both functions. So we'll always just charge the lottery account for it. That's all.
If I might, to follow up on that, that particular section talks about dog and horse racing. And that's the title of it, but it actually refers to the funding of the Gaming Commission.
I'm sorry, which section? The
The
Lottery Commission or the
something 23J? Got to put my glasses on here.
This 20J is the Education Trust Fund, as I understand it.
21J?
Yes.
I don't think so.
I looked that up last night if you want.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
it first says that the lottery expenses will be taken out from this special fund, which is the money that ends up at the Lottery Commission. And then the rest of it goes to the Education Trust Fund, unless you don't have enough to pay for your retirement benefits, which I think probably never happens, right?
At this pace, I don't think I could ever retire. I'm doing this for 15 years now.
Thank you, Representative. Any other follow-up on that? No, it's down here first.
Yeah.
If I might.
Oh,
Thank you,
Representative
Mr. Chair.
Schomburg. It's Southworth. Starts with an S.
Thank you for taking my question. I asked you in the hall the other day. Your ever-changing revenue estimates, those it basically takes into consideration one machine being phased in and the other being phased out.
Yes.
So really the estimates are a combination of those two things.
Correct.
Thank you.
And the perceived growth for, so the machine, we're not replacing machines. The machines are, most of them are going to stay. It's just you're changing the content in the machine itself. Like the box isn't going to change, most of them. The communications is going to change. The surveillance is going to change. It's literally just the content inside and the math behind it is what changes. And the content by providers, there's many more of them that do that stuff. So
Representative Eldberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. There are three, if there's time. You mentioned that saturation is about 6,000 machines.
yeah, give or take.
How many are there now throughout the state?
As of, well, can I say as of tonight at 5, there'll be 3,500.
Follow up, Mr. Chair? I'm just going to go. So there's
Yes.
there's room for, at this point, about 2,600 more based on that 6,000 calculation.
If they were done completely strategically, perfectly, I think yes. But that the market will dictate that.
Okay.
And these operators are very good at knowing what the market can dictate and not dictate and address accordingly.
A follow-up, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
Thank you. At what point does saturation actually happen? I mean, there's the novelty of a new casino. We may be able to get 2,600 more machines, but is there a point at which nobody else is interested, or nobody is interested in gambling more than they do now?
It's a good question. And that varies by state and tolerance and appetite of the consumer. For example, the state of Oklahoma, I think, has 65 casinos because they have tribal casinos, and there are a great number of tribes in Oklahoma. And whereas, Connecticut has 2. It varies by state and by appetite, and you'll see the fewer in a jurisdiction, the larger they tend to be.
One more. Thank you.
Follow up.
Nashua right now has 3 open casinos. The 2 big ones,
Yeah.
the Lucky Moose is around the corner from my house pretty much, so
Yeah.
I see all the cars there. Presumably that smaller casino, the Moose, will be closing. Gate City is still there.
Yes.
Is what might be happening in terms of a shift to people going to the Nash? What kind of impact is it likely or not to have on Gate City?
It will have an impact on Gate City, no question. It remains to be seen yet. It's a nicer facility, just objectively. There's only so much money to go around in discretionary income, so it have an impact. I don't know the exact answer because I don't know what Gate City's reaction will be. Most of the time, these folks actually react, and they're likely to move to another facility. I've heard stories about it. I haven't seen applications yet, so until it's on my desk, I don't tend to hold it as gospel truth yet. But I would imagine they'll move to a nicer facility and build that out to compete.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Alney has a question.
Two actually.
Okay.
The first one, before I forget it again, is that the oh dear, I have forgotten it. So, the other question that I had was the amount of, I should write these things down. There is a section in here somewhere that says that the revenue collected is going to be there's the 30% issue. There are other bills out there that ask for considerably more. Is that going to be a difference?
Is it going to be a difference? Significant, yes.
Yeah. So if we went up to the 50% that
Well-
the governor wants,
The thing the governor's in HB2 is 45%.
45, that's right.
Yes. And that's certainly after a lot of research and effort into what is essentially the marketplace in New England right now for video lottery terminals. 25% on HHR is the lowest in this New England for what the state gets as a take per machine.
Right. And second, I think this is the same language we've had all along. A license shall not be transferred or sold.
Yes.
Is there no way to write it to keep large conglomerates from taking over everything?
I would almost suggest that the animals have left the barn on that one, but
Well,
that
on
was
the
that was the
current
that was the
license.
attempt of the bill. Yeah, Representative, to your question, that was the attempt of the bill. But I will tell you this: is that the large operators have brought in a professionalism that was candidly lacking in some of the smaller mom and pop shops, and it hasn't been all. These are very talented, well vetted professionals that are operating right now. So understanding the fear that out of state has come in, but they actually know what they're doing.
Okay.
Follow up?
And that, yes, follow, the last one is about the problem gaming amount.
Yes.
We have no problem gaming help now. Apparently, there may be a brochure around somewhere that you can hand to somebody if they actually decide to come into the casino to say, I've got a problem, which seems like a weird place to go if you have a problem and you know it. But is there any place in the country that is sufficiently enough like us with all of these casinos all over the place that are of significant size? I don't think the Indian ones are. That we could get an idea of what they're doing about problem gaming and how much we ought to put in there, because if we put in there too little, we're never going to be able to get it changed.
No, I agree with you, Representative Albee, to be sure. And the difficulty is in my job doing both, candidly, is being the director of the lottery and also running problem gambling. I shouldn't be both jobs. It would be a conflict. At least people who are perceived a conflict. I'm fully in support of the measure and have been forever. It's just, it's difficult to do both jobs simultaneously and not look like you're being disingenuous at one.
Sorry. But I should have turned that off, sorry. But do we have no one else, that's the problem, in New Hampshire. And you tried to recruit some people from Massachusetts, but it doesn't seem to have worked.
Not so far, correct. Not so far.
Yeah.
And the budget that we have isn't sufficient to address the issue because you need to have somebody operationally stand it up, train some folks to do this. There are issues of what I would characterize as comorbidity. A person who gambles is more likely to smoke. A person who gambles is more likely to drink.
Right.
And so there's issues that you could address globally.
Yeah. But you think that the 0.75% is enough?
I'd have to do the math on it, but I think I do believe so, based on what I know the numbers to be. But I certainly, as I suggested, I'll do the fiscal note, and I'll get it to the chairman and the committee members by close business tomorrow. I'll include what I think that math looks like.
Okay, thank you. My city already had a problem with the small HRM machine place and our poverty agency being unable to keep up with the number of people who became addicted. Thank you.
Representative Ohm?
Yeah, thank you, Director McIntyre. Appreciate the work you're doing to oversee this expanding operation. My question relates to your capacity to handle the expansion. I had a long talk with Jeff Lynn, the president of Exacta, saying that using this model of a off-track betting machine, it's less burdensome on the operators and the regulatory authority to maintain integrity in the games. And if we went to VLTs, they'd be much more of a burden on our regulatory system here in New Hampshire. So my question is, have you thought about the capacity you'd need to oversee 6,000 video lottery terminals? And can you at some point give us some guidance on what budgeting we should have for that operation?
I mean, certainly contained in the fiscal note, which I didn't get to you on time, is a few extra employees to add to our staff to review this. In some respects, it's harder. In some respects, it's easier. Managing the pools regarding historic horse racing, the actual pools players play against each other in, it does take some work, so that would be less of a burden. And we've already gone through the effort of placing a significant number of the machines and their surveillance. Everything is reviewed by us. They can't move a machine without telling us. Most of that work's already been done. We have a slew of initiatives in the lottery that are draining our meager resources. We launched a new website last week. We're launching a new app coming up. We're changing out our gaming system in the stores, moving to a new platform on the website and our online platform. So it's not just the HDR side or the gaming side that's been busy, but I think we're in good shape, you know. But if I thought it was a problem, I would suggest to you, I do have, to that point, Representative Holmes, I do have a number of open positions that I only fill if needed, and most of them are in charitable gambling side. So if we have a need, there's positions available and funded. We just don't fill them unless we need them. We just don't operate that way.
Representative Eldberger?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One more quick question, if I may. Are there any casino operators who are hurting? I assume this is a pretty lucrative business, but even in lucrative businesses, occasionally there are outliers who are not doing well. Are any of ours here in that situation?
The seasonal ones are trying to find their footing, candidly. Hampton Beach is just not crowded in February, you know, especially when it's -5 degrees with a wind chill of some. So they're not very profitable, but the rest are very profitable.
Thank you.
Representative Opal, we've got other people.
One last quick question, just so I understand. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Director. Just so I understand, I believe I understood you to say the switch from historic horse racing to the video terminals is a software issue,
Yeah,
not a hardware issue.
correct. It's a content issue, and there's a cost associated with it. I'm not going to downplay it. It'll be $3,000-4,000 per machine, but the machine, you would be very hard pressed to tell the difference between one to the other.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're looking forward to that note
Of course.
by 5 o'clock today.
Tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, I guess the last pink card I have is Representative Horrigan.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I hope I checked off the right box on my pink card. I am, in fact, in favor of the bills. There's so few bills that come around this year that I like, but this one. And anyway, I'm resident Timothy Horrigan from Stratford County District 10, the town of Durham, and we don't have any historic horse racing facilities in our town, although the next town over, Dover, does have a casino, and although I hardly ever go there, I do have one of their play like a rebel cars or whatever it is they hand out. So I've just always felt like the historic horse racing machines really have nothing very much to do with horse racing. They use a database of old horse race results as part of the randomizing function for the slot machine. And on the one hand, that appeals to me because my mother was from Kentucky. My grandmother lived about a 5-minute drive from Churchill Downs, and she used to go over there. So much as I like horse racing, or at least part of me likes horse racing, these machines really have nothing particular to do with the horse racing industry, except they were sort of invented as a means of keeping tracks in Kentucky and other horse racing states alive when people lost interest in horse racing. But in any case, I don't think this is a good randomizing. This isn't a good randomizing mechanism. I think it creates another vulnerability for the computer systems that run these slot machines. It's one more thing that a scammer, either an internal one, inside the vendors, or even within, not our gaming commission, but maybe some other state's gaming commission. So it's one more target, it's one more vulnerability, and it's probably more expensive than simply operating a video lottery tournament, which is uses a more secure randomizing function. So I think from that respect, it's unnecessary. The change will be virtually invisible to the players. The horse racing side of the historic horse racing things is hidden. If you do know the right buttons to press, you can see like a little bit of the horse racing content, but it's really probably my grandmother would probably be very bored with it, even though she liked to play the horses, because to doesn't really give you enough information to make an intelligent guess about which horse is going to win. So I would just say the VLTs, there's some upfront cost, but I think that's a much simpler, more effective way. I mean, as for the larger issue, whether we should have slot machines here in New Hampshire and whether the charitable gaming model is the right way to go, I have mixed feelings about it, but it does, some people do like it. It does generate some revenue for the state and for the charities, and it's one of the few revenue sources that we actually like having here in New Hampshire. So for that respect, they're a fact of life, so I would like them to be simpler, less, and more secure. So I think to switch over to just a video lottery tournament from the so-called historic horse racing is a positive step. So that I'd be happy to take any. Oh, there is also the issue of, I will admit, there is the issue of velocity of play. So I only heard the last witness and several other people put in pink cards, but that's, the video lottery tournaments can operate at virtually infinite speed, whereas historic horse racing is kind of slow, but there are regulatory ways you can do that, even by simply throttling the number of requests you can make to the VLT, or there's probably other solutions. So I would just say, I support this bill, and I apologize if I checked off the wrong box in the pink card. So I'd be happy to take any questions, but.
You checked off the right box. Does anyone have any questions? Yes, Representative Orrs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Horgan. Did you say you actually lived in Kentucky?
No, not me. My mother's from Louisville. So my grandmother, who's been dead since 1979, she lived near Churchill Downs, and she used to like to go there occasionally. She would get the racing form. She had a system. She was pretty smart. It worked well enough for her to make lunch. She never took me or my mother along these outings because my mother didn't really approve of it. And even for her, I think the actual betting part of it was kind of boring. It's more a chance to just get out and have an outing and usually get a free lunch out of it. So that was why she did it. So.
Well, thank you. I used to live in Kentucky. I knew
good.
there was something about you.
Oh, we're in Kentucky.
Excuse me.
That's not a relevant question. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Given that we're about 45 minutes
sorry.
behind schedule,
We can talk about it offline.
is there any other specific question? Seeing none, thank you
Thanks.
very much. Okay, that's all I have for pink cards. Is there anyone else who'd like to testify on HB 728? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing on HB 728.
That was my goal.
We're going to take about a 5-minute break and we'll get started on the exec session.
Oh, good.
should just call me the cards ready. I don't mind driving to Rochester if you want to. Because I'm not getting, I'm just going to stay for a couple hours.
Yeah.
Who's going to ask me? You have to report this.
I don't think so, because it's under $50.
You know it's under $50.
Because it's only hors d'oeuvres. I mean, unless they give you gambling money, it's under.
When did they give you some drinks?
Oh, well, I would count your drinks.
I'll just get cheap drinks. I was just asking, because I have to fill out something to go get stuff.
They'll let you know, right? They'll let you know.
We'll let you know.
Oh, they'll put something out that if you went to the Slylock thing.
Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's,
I just plan on having a couple of hors d'oeuvres.
well, that's it. Yeah, I thought, well, I wasn't gonna go. I got a club meeting tonight. But
What's your club?
Rifle club meeting,
Oh.
yeah.
exec session on HB 737. That's right. Yeah. So the last exec session on this was an we had a motion of ITL and it had been seconded. But since then we have an amendment here and we also have a better understanding of the bill, I believe, because that ITL motion was primarily put forth because we were saying it was the same as HB 247, which it is not. And so I think at this point, I think the first step might be to unwind this and come back to where we should be. I don't know who made the motion. So, okay, so Representative Doucette is not here to take back his motion, so I'm not sure how, Representative Almy, do you know how that works? If a motion was,
No, we almost never got leaving.
should I call the clerk?
No,
Do you know how?
I would think the situation, parliamentary wise, would be that the motion's been made, the motion's been seconded, the primary maker cannot withdraw, but the secondary maker can withdraw. The seconder, if he withdraws,
Representative Murphy. Representative Murphy, you had seconded the bill, so if you withdraw your second, then
Okay, I withdraw my second on HB 737 FN.
thank you.
okay,
Okay.
therefore there was
So-
no second.
Now there being no second on that ITL motion, that motion will not move forward. Okay. I have so first let me say, so in taking a closer look at these bills over the weekend, 247, while they seemed very similar, 247 was a bill that dealt with HHR only. And this bill, while it seemed the same, deals with charitable gaming, of which HHR could be a component thereof. So this is different. This should not be killed just because it's, quote, the same, because it isn't the same. So anyways, I have an amendment here before you. It's amendment 2025-0841H, which what it primarily does is it changes, if you look at the regular, the bill as introduced, if you look at on page 1, line 31, the operator who ceases operation so basically if an operator ceases operation for a period exceeding 2 years, then the town could take a new vote on whether to allow gaming or not. The amendment increases the 2 years to 4 years, and it also increases, there was a period of 5 years after a new application's been approved. That was 5 years. This increases it to 10 years. The reasoning behind these increases are that there's various situations that can happen where an operator may need more time to make sure that these things happen. And what it does, it prevents the town, after voting a certain way, preventing the town, giving the operator more time before the town can come in and say, oh, we changed our mind. And as you can imagine, there's a lot of investment that goes into these things. And so we want to make sure the operators have enough time to follow up and before a town could take a vote reversing things. Representative Opal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, as I read the original, unless it's changed, it says ceasing operations for a period of 2 years or failing to commence operation within 4 years, not 5. As I'm reading.
4? Okay. I may have misspoke on that.
I will just say
That's what it
that
says.
it seems to me
31.
if you've got an application and you haven't moved on it in 10 years, that seems like an exceedingly long period of time to me. And I just, I think as the original bill says, if you cease operations for 2 years, you're sort of sending a message. But certainly, if you fail to move within 4 years, I think that's a reasonable period of time. I'll just say, I mean, I understand the notion of your amendment, and maybe there's some time in between 4 and 10, but 10 seems like, what are you doing for 10 years not moving on an application? That just seems like you're putting the community in a very, very tough situation that they can't do anything for 10 years.
Well, let's keep in mind when it's approved, when the community has approved it, hopefully they've done their due diligence on it. But these operators, depending on the size of the facility they're building and how many approvals they get, sometimes these things can take a lot of time. Now, whether 10's the right or it should be something else, the worst thing would be for an operator to get caught up in the idea of 4 years ran out, they've invested, potentially millions of dollars. The town votes to reverse. First of all, I guess the question would be, what are the odds that a town's going to reverse themselves? But if they did, then we just want to make sure that people have enough time after making all this investment not to be, overridden.
And Mr. Chairman, I understand that. I mean, if the town has given its permission or has not acted, I mean, if the town hasn't affirmatively said no, and an investor comes along and begins that process, I understand there should be a time period that the town can't then turn around and say, "Yep, too late." But 10 years seems exceedingly long to me.
Representative Bors.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I understand the comments being made by my colleague here. And to me, that would seem within reason what he's saying. However, my experience is different in that my son purchased a ski lodge and here in New England, and it's been 5 years just to get through the permitting process. And so I would have thought that 4 and 10 would be crazy and unnecessary, but in today's world, just getting through the permitting process it takes a lifetime. And he has invested well over $1 million now and has had to file a lawsuit against the state to recover some of his funds due to their lack of due diligence and negligence. So I would think the timing is just fine.
Okay, I'll take more in a moment, but I just realized we need a motion this is an exec session, not a work session. We unwound the ITL, which is fine. I'm going to recognize Representative Ullery for a motion.
I'll move ought to pass and would like to be recognized for an amendment.
Do I have a second? Second by. So we're talking about the initial bill right now.
Right.
Does somebody want to
I'll
second it?
second it.
Okay. Susan, did you want to second it?
No. Mary does.
Mary, okay. Representative Murphy.
And now you recognize me.
I'll recognize Representative.
And I would offer amendment to, unapproved amendment. I gotta learn how to use these damn glasses. Yeah, that one. 2025-0841H. And I'd like to speak.
Okay.
And
I'll second
Well,
that.
we need a second.
I'll second that motion so he can speak.
Okay. Representative Schamberg seconds the.
that's nice, considering I wouldn't let you speak. The time period on this seems to be appropriate. As Representative Orrs previously commented, sometimes things can take a long time. I know sitting on the planning board in Hudson, we've had a couple of large developments in Hudson, and those things had been going on for several years just to get the money in place, just to get the Hampton notes available. And in the meantime, the developers spent literally in Hudson millions of dollars. It can be very expensive. Regarding Representative Opal's period. Also, if you take a look at your planning board situations, most of their time limits that they have an unlimited number of continuations that can take place. So rather than have the town keep coming up and we'll defer every year while they're getting the monies in place, set a time certain. You got 4 years, you got 10 years. You ought to be able to put it together by that time. Thank you.
Representative Elberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wonder if there are two separate pieces. There's the application approval and then the permitting. Correct? They're actually two pieces. And I wonder if changing the time of the application approval, because I would support the notion that that is too long, and maybe say something along the lines of however many years following application approval and a certain number of years for the permitting process, which hopefully would put some of the responsibility for potential delays back on the locality, rather than saying, well, it's the developers or the operators' problem because they didn't take care of it, and saying to a locality, if it has been approved, you have to get it done in a certain amount of time, which, yes, is taking away some local control. But I wonder if there's a way to try to put in both pieces. I don't know it.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I would keep it one piece, but this already is telling the locality that you can't change your mind for 10 years on a new application. Because there is, I think a lot of times we just think, okay, locality approved it, now they can start, the building process, but there is a, Representative Orr's point, and what Representative Ulrey has seen on his board. A lot of times these guys spend years just getting all the financing together. And so and then they have to go through the permitting process, and then they have to build it. I think, so it does seem like a really long time, but it's amazing how the time does get eaten up. And so the town, this bill is basically giving towns the option to allow or not allow. Well, I don't know, the default, I think, is what? I think the default is allow, but a town can opt out of this, and then they just can't change their mind for 10 years. Yeah, Representative Opal.
Yeah, I have a question on the wording of the section Roman numeral 8 and whether that is consistent with the intent that we've described. The way I read section 8, and I'm be looking for a legal interpretation of this, it says that the municipality may prohibit games, but this shall not apply to any games of chance licensed by the Lottery Commission. So I read that as saying, well, the town may not like the game, but if the Lottery Commission has approved this game, the town doesn't have the right to say no. Is that a correct interpretation?
Representative Ulrey, what did you?
Yeah, I think missing on line 13, in between the word operator and licensed would be the word currently, or any applicant who has applied, because that would make the first half of that phrase, or that sentence phrase, the phrase comport with the second half, which is an application in existence, and this would then say current operator currently licensed prior to this, so that somebody was already in operation, you couldn't have a vote to get rid of them and take them out.
Well, I think, yeah, I see what you're saying, but I think that if an operator is licensed, they're currently licensed. So I think
that would also be the other way. I'm just trying to follow
See
up
how-
on what
yeah.
Representative Ohm will say.
Okay. Does that make sense, Representative Ohm? So basically what it's saying is if you're already operating, the town can't decide you no longer can operate. Or if you are in the queue, basically,
And
the applicant's been approved.
follow up on that, the past tense and licensed, which exists a license in place.
Yeah. there's a-
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I'd feel better with a interpretation of this, a legal interpretation, and I realize the basis for my question is what's happened with historic horse racing. When we had a prohibition that the license cannot be transferred or sold, and indeed, there was a legal wrangling over that, where the license was transferred or sold by the sale of the business. So I'm very sensitive to the specifics of the wording in here, and I want to make sure that there's no preemption by the city and towns. Correction, there's no preemption by the lottery that the city and town must take this game, even though the town did not want it. And the way I read this language is that if this is a game that's approved by the lottery, the town must take it, doesn't have the option to opt out.
Well, that would make sense. They're already operating. They,
Mr. Chairman?
yes, Representative Elberger.
Thank you. If an operator is licensed by the Lottery Commission and is operating in another community, that person is still licensed, correct? The license isn't limited to, it is. All right. So that
Limited to the community.
to that community.
Yeah.
All right. I'm finding that this wording is confusing enough to enough of us, I think it might make sense to defer voting on this for a while until we can get it cleaned up.
Representative Opal.
I will just say again, this is unlikely to happen. But under this provision, I could file a license in every community in the state and preclude every community in the state from having the opportunity to vote on whether they want a casino or not. Because this says if you filed a license, and then you have 10 years to act on that license, which if you don't have at least some beginning, I understand there are delays and maybe 4 years isn't long enough. But it seems to me we are handicapping a town or a municipality for 10 years. If you haven't gotten your financing together, if you haven't gotten your plans together, if you can't commence operations, and, maybe I could even see changing the commence operations to perhaps to some other milestone. But I have a real problem. I can't support 10 years and allowing a community to be tied up for a decade. That just seems too long to me.
Representative Ulrich.
Take a look at the process. No one is going to give you any financing if you don't have the permission of the town. So the very first step is to get the permission of the town. Once that has taken place, all of the other stuff can take place. And let's say you're going to build a facility like the Nash. It took them, I'm saying around 5 years to get that, to redo the Sears and modify it. I'm sure Commissioner McIntyre can give us the exact number of years and days involved, but it took a period of time. It also takes a period of time to make sure that the financing's there. There's not some special bank that gives away money for these things. Well, it probably is, but it still takes, just going through the permitting process of your planning board, it's going to take a good 18 months for a large facility to get redone. Because they're going to be, well, I don't like that traffic study. Let's do another traffic study.
Well, if I may, Mr. Chairman, I serve on the planning board in my town, so I'm familiar with the process. And I would say in each of the cases we've heard, it might take 18 months to do this, and you're going to have to get the permission of the community to get financing. One of the things that I heard on the last bill from the director was that apparently, and this may be a good thing or not, I guess we'll find out over time, but it is clear that the folks who are coming in to do business are not mom and pop operators who don't understand the process of building these things, of getting the permits, of getting the approvals. They're big players in the gaming industry. They know what they're doing. They know how to do this. And I can't imagine that they want to tie their people up for 10 years. Unless there is something else going on. And so I understand, again, I will say again, I understand that this isn't going to happen overnight. And perhaps 4 years to commence operations is not sufficient. But going from 4 years to 10 years, particularly given the nature of the business and the players who are coming into the state of New Hampshire, I think to tie the hands of a community for 10 years is just inherently extravagant.
Representative Elberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just did a quick Google search. The Sears in Nashua, which is the space that is now occupied by the Nash, closed permanently in February of 2020. So in just over 5 years, they took care of everything. And that's an enormous facility. So I would tend to support the notion that 10 years is way too long.
Representative Ohm, did you have your light is on?
Yeah, I was hoping to ask Director McIntyre if he could weigh in on our debate here.
Sure. It's okay. I can give you permission to.
Certainly the Nash is the largest facility we have in the state, but the individuals who own that had tremendous resources to bring to bear to sort of make it happen. The longest project I ever saw that lingered would have been the Rockingham Park project, which I think was probably a decade in terms of getting that approved. But the process goes, you go to the town first, and then you come to us last. You have to get town approval first before you come to us, and then we have our approval process. But it's usually done in lockstep, we don't wait to help you before you apply with us. But your last approval, like today, the Rochester facility is getting its approval today, but it's its final approval. The whole process, our folks work with you on your internal controls, your surveillance plan, your cache path, all those things. So the Nash was a special example because it is so large, but I think Conway might have been 5 years, the facility in Conway, because they went through a couple of towns approval, rejection, lawsuit, hearing. I think that was 5. I could be wrong, but it was a long process.
What did you say took 10 years?
I mean, certainly if it can jam up, but this is a games of chance. So this is just real sort of card games, table games. It would be odd to sort of, file an application in every city or town because there's 220 and most of them don't have enough people to actually support a game of chance. And the facilities that are open now are really the ones you would have ideally because they have both. Table games and machines work together well. I don't have an opinion on it. It would be a decision by you.
Well,
folks.
what I was asking is, when you first sat down, I thought you said something took 10 years to get approved.
The Rockingham Park, which did not get approved, the casino Rockingham Park, that process lasted. The Millennium folks, when there was the casino bill under Governor Hassan, they had worked on that project probably for probably 10 years, from 2000. So I'm just saying that's the longest I know of. That project that didn't get approved, and they spent millions.
So 10 years isn't out of the question. It's unusual, but it's not out of the question.
Correct. No, obviously, they were having to change then standing state law. So obviously, that takes a whole other process to get through this legislature. But
Mr. Chairman, yes, sir. That project was not a proposal under existing state law, and it was just a question of getting the permits from the town and then getting the approval from the Lottery Commission. it involved an effort to change state law to permit a casino to exist within the bounds of the state of New Hampshire. So I'm not sure that that's an appropriate example. And I guess I would ask the director if there are any other examples. He cited two now that both took 5 years. Are there any other examples you can think of that took more than 5? Thank you.
Representative Ors.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to ask you a question, if I could, please. Why did the Rockingham Park project fail?
It was a vote of the legislature and the vote was negative.
Okay, thank you. Follow-up,
Follow-up?
not a follow-up, but just a comment. You know, I'm hearing a lot of discussion over here about, I think this and I think that, but like I've already said, experience tells me that 5 to 10 years is within reasonable means. We've already heard a couple of these projects took 5 years. So 4 to 10, I mean, somewhere between 4 and 10 is 5. And my son's been at it for 5 years and he hasn't even broken ground on anything yet other than get through the permitting process. And like I said, the only reason he got through the permitting process was due to going to court and filing a lawsuit. He won the lawsuit, and then the judge had to go back and go after the town and put the town on notice that they were going to issue the permit. Otherwise, he'd still be waiting. So 4 to 10 years, very reasonable.
Representative Breyer.
We're kind of listening to this discussion, and I was the selectman rep to the planning board in the town of Northwood. I was kind of involved with the town of Northwood for 21 years, and I'm kind of looking at this and what is a reasonable, it sounds like 5's too little, 10's, like, I was thinking, why don't we just 7 or 8 work? As opposed to, you know, just, I don't have a problem with the 10 years, but if, you know, to get everybody on board, if it's like 7 or 8 years, would that work?
Well, I guess we'll ask that question to
Well,
Representative
I
Opel.
was going to say, Mr. Chairman, responding to my colleague, Representative Ors, I think the testimony we've heard here about examples, specific examples, has been, I mean, the director said he couldn't think of any other than Rockingham that was more than 5 years. So, you know, that's based on not opinion, that's based on, you know, what his experience is. I would say this, Mr. Chairman, is it appropriate for me to offer an amendment to the amendment that would change the 10 years to 6 years?
Sure, it's appropriate. How do other, so are you saying that if this said 6 instead of 10, you would be OTP on this?
If we could change the 10 to 6, I would be far more comfortable with that. Yes, sir. Yes, I would vote OTP,
Okay.
OTPA.
All right. I don't know, between Representative Almy and Representative Southworth, who had your light on first, so.
I've had my light on for a long
Okay,
time.
we'll go with Representative Almy.
Yes, this is fundamental to this bill. It talks about games of chance. That means that we are considering as identical the effects of poker games and maybe a little roulette in a place, and HRM and HHR, you call it nowadays, and VLT machines. They're total. Those last two are in a totally different category. They were banned, and they still are banned in our legislative language. Back on back many decades ago, and it's still in the language, even though it's old language, so the new stuff can just say, never mind that, we've changed it, but you haven't changed it there. But they are very different things. They are the reason that a lot of us spent a lot of time for about 12, 15 years fighting against the casinos and won every single vote until after we went into, after the pandemic ended. But what worries me is that if we're treating them the same, then any place that has been licensed for poker, which is something that a lot of people like to play, and it used to be played in the back rooms of their houses every weekend, but we finally legalized it, and it is part of the games of chance now. Every single one of those could be turned without a vote into a major casino. And there are a lot of them around the state. I don't know how many games of chance we've got outside of the casinos. Aren't poker rooms considered games of chance?
Game of skill.
Yeah, no, it is game of skill, but it's in games of chance.
Most of the folks with the games of chance license opted for HHR because they were before a certain date. There was one in Eden that's closed because it was bought by the other room in the city. And it's not, that check, but
So you haven't got them in the
we haven't had any
same,
applications of game of chance licenses in a while.
and the poker that we legalized, ours opened as a poker room, and everybody was delighted. And then all of a sudden it had been turned into a casino.
But this bill doesn't address that. I mean, the concern that you have isn't going to be addressed by this bill. This bill is giving localities a local option to stop, to
If they aren't already a game of chance place. And my understanding was that games of chance included poker rooms.
but if we don't,
But you say there's only one license in the state that,
One place that doesn't already have HHR, one of the facilities which here.
mhm.
And they're already ineligible for it as they move their facility to Merrimack.
Okay.
so HB 247 is allowing HHR.
Yes,
This is games of chance,
right.
and
So-
Director McIntyre are in the title of games of chance. Does that include HHR? Okay, because that's something that we.
And video lottery terminals are supposed to be going where?
So this wouldn't automatically include VLTs. Yeah.
And they're probably in context, they're probably some way the town getting the top of their own,
Yeah.
having a small game of chance.
Well, I worry about loopholes. So, is there anything in this language that,
I don't believe so, but I want to revisit it again.
okay. Okay. we were hit by a loophole, in our opinion.
And Representative Elmy, you're worrying about the loophole being that this would allow for more than what you consider games of chance. Also, you're worried it could include, it can include HHR, because you said that has its own section. Actually, VLTs now it's not approved yet. VLTs has its own section too. That's what we'll be looking at in HB 2 this afternoon.
Yeah, well, the way the governor did it, yes. But that would mean people would have to, wouldn't they have to be relicensed for the VLTs? Yeah, they would. Yeah.
Representative Southworth.
Thanks. Back to the numbers issue. I know there have been a variety of comments and maybe another amendment, but for this amendment that we have in front of us, would it be worth it to just do a straw poll? How many people are willing to go along with the 10 years? So then you'll know where we're at.
Sure.
And then if that doesn't do well, you could say 8 years or something. That'll just keep us moving.
Okay.
Can I just ask one clarifying question regarding,
Representative Opal.
so if I'm understanding what Representative Almy was getting to, it is a concern that someone could file an application to have a poker room, and that would preclude the community from voting to prevent that, right? And then that entity would then use that to get a license for that somehow the town's inability to opt out would essentially preclude its ability to opt out of historic horse racing or the video terminal.
Well, let Representative Elmy answer that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to understand if that's the concern and if the director could say whether that's feasible.
At least in my community, it was considered a poker room. It had some roulette. I think it may have occasionally had craps. But and both of those are under games of chance. Yeah, until 28. Didn't we end up with 28 as the end date of the moratorium?
That sounds familiar, but 7 years sounds familiar too. So, yeah. 2031.
The original was 28.
Okay. 7 years. Okay. Representative Elberger.
I guess I'm getting even more confused the more this conversation goes on. If someone applies for a license and is approved for a license, does that license cover everything? Or is a license limited to poker and small table games? Or is it, once you get it, you can do anything
The
you want?
director will answer that question.
Took an opportunity. The answer is no. You would be eligible just for games of chance, which are table games, which are candidly the least profitable of the games that the lottery licenses. So it's unlikely that you would have many of those crop up.
But is it completely prohibited?
That you could apply for games of chance license? No, it's not. It's just you wouldn't be eligible under the existing law for historic horse racing machines or the proposed video lottery terminal bills.
Thank you.
Representative Almy.
But what would stop someone from getting one of those licenses and then saying that this would allow them to get to, that they are eligible for, I don't understand this eligible for language, that they are eligible to get a license for VLT or or historic horse racing.
In the HHR language, there is a date of eligibility. You need to be in good standing as of a certain date, having applied by a certain date, and they wouldn't have been done that. They wouldn't have finished that or wouldn't have completed that process. Correct. And obviously, that any moratorium is obviously subject to a future vote of the legislature. So it's 31 in law currently, but
Sure. Representative Buley.
You had mentioned earlier that you work with people to get their licensing, that's the way government's supposed to work. And however, you don't issue the license if the law says that the community has to approve it. For example, Keno, where the community has to. You're not issuing the license to operate that Keno machine until the community passes or approves it. Correct?
we wouldn't accept an application if that was the case.
So there would, and under this law, as proposed, the same situation would exist. Is that correct?
Correct.
So the bit about applying for a license and getting a license and then cutting the town out is a non sequitur.
No, they go to the town first, Representative, to your question. You go to the town first, then you come to us after the fact.
Thank you.
I guess as a follow-up to that, though, this bill, 737, is an opt-out bill. So with what you just said, does that still apply? Does the town still have to?
They would have to, the town has to approve whatever they do, obviously, because the parking, roads, curb cuts, whatever. But if if the town votes to opt out, like for example, Salem, Salem voted to have gaming only in certain areas. We respect that vote of the town of Salem. And if you send us a license application that's not in that area, it's rejected.
Okay. So the town still, so I guess there's two levels of town here. One level is the boards in the town. What you're saying is you're not going to issue a license till the boards say okay. The other opt out or opt in, depending on which one it is, the townspeople are voting on that.
Correct.
Okay, so there's still, so I guess to answer that concern, there's still, if a town does not want it, they still, at the board level, can prevent it, even if it's an opt out. So this is an opt out where the town would have to opt out, but it's not like, I think Representative Opal was concerned that they'll just put an application in and now the town is stuck. That's not the case based on what Director McIntyre is saying. Okay.
But this is totally opposite of the experience that we had, because there is another board that was created fairly recently that is quasi-judicial and that oversees bad behavior by the town's boards. And we had hanging over us a requirement from that place that was saying that you have to decide all of this within a reasonable amount of time, and you have to have what we consider good reasons to do it. And maybe it was because we had a planning board member who was pretty new and who spoke contemptuously, I think it was, of the applicant, that we ended up with this dictum, but we did end up with this dictum.
If I may.
Representative Ulrich, followed by Representative Opal.
Yes, Representative Walmy, that exists within, it's a 60-day time limit within the planning board regulations. It's not a separate board, it's a function of law. Once the application is accepted and read in and a public hearing is had, a decision has to be made within 60 days. My understanding of the reasoning for that was because there were certain communities that were, well, we use the term dilatory on the floor. And then just being polite to what was happening in some places.
This was actually a board that was put in because I heard about it first when he was talking about how they had stopped Lebanon from continuing to ask for a real traffic report.
Representative Opal.
Well, I will say that as a planning board member, if you speak ill of an applicant before you've made a decision, you pretty much put yourself in a position
Not
of
a good
being
idea.
sued and probably rightfully so. But yeah, exactly. But I will say, I was under the misperception, I guess, that this would have affected HHR and potentially video terminals. Taking those out of the equation, the only example that's gone past 5 years was Rockingham Park and a casino, which again, I would say, if you're talking about opening a poker parlor or, a small game of chance operation, which is more likely than you're going to open some huge facility with 25 or 30 or 50 poker tables. We're not talking about a huge amount of investment. We're not talking about a casino. We're not talking about, those kinds of activities. And so I would say even more, that says to me 10 years is just way out of,
Okay.
for what we're talking about, 10 years seems just excessive.
Yes, Representative Malloy.
Mr. Chair, Representative Southworth recommended a straw poll. Are we past that, or are we moving into other areas here too?
It's interesting. I was just about to say that because it sounds like because of new understanding of this bill, it sounds to me like the main impediment is the 10-year. But I want doing a straw poll. So if we amended this amendment to so there's two pieces here. One is the 2 years of non-operation going to 4 years, and then there's the other part of 4 years of after a new application to 10 years. So is everyone, first of all, so there's two parts. So the first part, is everyone okay with the 2 years going to 4 years for non-operation? Raise your hand. Okay, so if you're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, so we have enough people to go along with that. The other part is the 4 years going to 10 years. I think we've heard a lot that 10 years is too long. How many of you are good with 8 years? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's not good enough because we have 16 here, I believe. 5, 6, 7,
6 years.
And you didn't ask
Once-
10 first. Some of these might be 10.
Well, I don't think 10's going to go anywhere because eight just didn't it didn't do it. How many would be okay with 6 years? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 11, 12, 13. How many would be good with 7 years? Well, you're good with anything. All right, so it looks like 6 years is where. So then, let me ask one last question. Then, if we have an amendment, the only change to the amendment that I've put forth would be that the 10 years goes to 6 years. That's the only change. Who's going to vote for the ought to pass? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, so we have enough to do that. So why don't we? Maybe what I should do is recess this. We're going to be back here talking about HB2, and at some point when we get this amendment back, we could vote on that. So, Representative Almy?
Yes. I still do not understand the relationship between this and being able to get a casino. If this has got nothing to do with a casino.
By casino, you mean what?
I mean either the historic horse racing machines or the VLTs.
Well, according to Director McIntyre, those are under separate areas.
They are
of
under separate licenses, but they somehow are tied together? That you have to have this to have that, or?
You have to have been eligible to receive one before a certain date to get that. If you applied now, you would not be able, under existing law. That would
Under existing law, yeah.
because of the moratorium that we passed.
Yeah. But then if we pass VLTs,
Then they would still need to pass, they would still need to have to acquire a new set of licenses and go through the entire process for all that other stuff. So you couldn't take a poker room and convert it into a casino without going through the process of taking your poker room and converting it into a casino, which would be a separate process from scratch.
from scratch, except for this eligible for.
Have to be eligible as of whatever the language of the law you passes.
Right.
If it's as of this date, then it's the universe is set.
And just all that said, to me, all that says is, you pass this background check, now you can go ahead and apply for the licenses. You're eligible for, because you've done 1/3 of the process. Now you got only have 2/3 to complete. All right.
Yeah. But that only applies to the historic horse racing machines.
I think it's included in the VLT license.
It is.
What it also suggests, I would think, is that when we, with the VLT, we should have an amendment that permits towns to opt out, like this.
Yeah, that's certainly possible, and that would be separate from this. Yeah.
Would it,
Okay.
would this make it eligible?
No, this doesn't make VLTs eligible, right? No.
You still have to get.
Okay. So then I'll call OLS, see if I can get them to update that one number.
There's one more thing about it. Why did you add in there Roman 2? Because it's the same in the original and in this.
I don't know. If it's the same, it doesn't matter, I guess.
Yeah, it is the same.
I just want to tell them, the less we tell them to change right now, the more chance we'll have this done. So if it's the same, we're fine. Okay. All right. So I'm going to recess the exec session until.
Mr. Chairman, before you do that, do you want me to withdraw my motion of OTPA on this amendment?
Yes.
I will.
Thank you. So OTPA has been withdrawn. The OTP motion still is on the floor, and we're going to try to get a different amendment. I'll recess this until, let's say 1 p.m. I know it's going to be later than that, but I'll recess this till 1 p.m. so that when we do start, we'll be within the time frame. Sometime, I guess I could recess it to 1:30. Yeah. Okay. The executive session. What we will do is can we get back here at 1:15 to start working on HB2 until we get that. Okay, so we will come back at 1:15. I've recessed the exec session until 1:30, and we'll go from there.
Not even local, you're saying?
The time being 1:28. We're going to hear a few words from Representative Ohm on his handout here regarding HB2. Well, and regarding gaming, he has to leave in 2 minutes. So go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So what I've done here is a summary of what the current law says for the split between the operators and the state among these various bills. So the first part of this page, this handout, is the current law, which splits 75% to the operator, 25% to New Hampshire. And of that total amount of money, here's the splits detailed out between the operator, lottery, and charity. The bill we heard this morning of House Bill 728 is a 70-30 split, 70 to the operator, 30 to the House being New Hampshire. So under this split, the lottery gets 18% the lottery to be distributed to the Education Trust Fund and related authorizations. The charity gets 10.5%. Group 2 retirement, a new beneficiary gets 1.425. And problem gaming, as Susan Alma had asked about, gets 0.075 of the money. Then if you look at to HB2, what the governor's proposed, the governor proposes a 55-45% split, 55 to the operator, 45 to New Hampshire, to be split in these defined ways. Roughly a third between charity, the Education Trust Fund, and Group 2 retirement. And then I will not step on Senator Lang's toes because he'll describe Senate Bill 83, but on my read of the current version of Senate Bill 83, the operator, it's a 60-40% between the operator and New Hampshire. Where under Senator Lang bill, the operator gets 26%, charities get 14%, Group 2 retirement gets 13%, and the other half is split 50-50 to the lottery and to disabled folks who need some assistance with their property taxes. So this is just a high-level summary, and I hope you keep that in mind when you look at the bills and decide what is the right split of revenue between the operator and revenue to New Hampshire. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to recess this work session until after we finish our exec. I'm going to reopen the exec session on HB 737. And I have the updated amendment, the only change being, I should have passed this out, the only change being that 10 years is now 6 years. Did I say it backwards? Instead of 10 years, it's now 6 years. The motion on the floor ought to pass for HB 737. And Representative Ullery, would you like to make a motion for this new amendment, which is
08.
okay? Do I have a second on that amendment?
I'll second the amendment for discussion.
Okay. Representative
Look what happened to the last.
I know.
Representative Schaberg seconds it. Okay, would you like to speak to your amendment?
10 years is now 6 years.
Okay, I guess we did have a lot of discussion before. Does anyone have any concerns about this bill and this amendment now in its present form? Representative Elmy. She raised her hand.
Bring that back again.
Yeah, go ahead.
Where is this thing?
Oh, what is that?
I can't remember, we were discussing this at lunch. I can't remember what beyond that went on, and I don't think this has anything to say about how about transferability or non-transferability of licenses. So I guess I don't have a remark except for we didn't need to, but anyway. Anybody else?
Is everybody okay with this wording? Any concerns? Okay. All right, then, yes, Representative Southworth.
Thank you. I think after a long discussion, it's a good compromise.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We are voting on Amendment 2025-08508. The motion is ought to adopt the amendment. Representative Ulrey.
Aye.
Representative Doucette is not present. Clerk votes yes. Representative Soti.
Yes.
Representative Ors. Not present. Representative Smith is not present. Representative Tierney.
Yes.
Representative Breyer.
Yes.
Representative Ford. Not present. Representative Murphy.
Yes.
Representative Almy.
I guess yes. I'm still not sure how this applies to everything.
Thank you. Representative Southworth.
Yes.
Representative Malloy.
Yes.
Representative Schomburg.
Yes.
Representative Bolton.
Yes.
Representative Elberger.
Yes.
Representative Jeffrey Smith. Not present. Representative Opal.
Aye.
Representative Spar.
Yes.
Chairman Janigian.
Yes.
With 4 members absent, chair counts 15-5.
Do we have, it feels like we have more than 4 people absent. don't
5
we?
members?
We've got 1,
And there weren't 5 no's.
2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, he might be
I got
right.
5 no's.
How many people are here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
15,
15. Okay, then there's
15-0-5 absent.
okay, 15. The vote being 15-0. Should this go on consent? Let's see. It could go on consent. It doesn't have a fiscal note. Is there any objection to consent? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Good. Well, I wouldn't expect objections yet then. Okay, great. Okay, so the amendment passes 15-0. Now we will, is there any more discussion on the bill as amended? If not, I will ask the clerk. Yes, Representative Almy.
I just like to make clear to everybody this.
Put your microphone.
Oh, clear to everybody. This is talking about a totally different issue, if what we've been told is right, from the 247 ought to pass from municipal and county, which is talking about horse racing machines.
Right. Right.
Thank you. It's a different universe. And
Right.
nobody has yet done anything about the VLT.
Correct.
Thank you.
Representative Schamberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a question, if the director can answer this, lottery director, if he can listen from way back there and hear my question to you, Mr. Chairman. Is games of chance license, was it the underlying requirement for all casino operations, this bill? Will that still be guaranteed?
Director McIntyre. Okay. Okay, seeing no more questions, comments, thoughts, we'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Do we have a motion of OTPA
Yes, the motion is OTPA.
by,
The motion, well, it's who made the OTP?
we had a motion to adopt the amendment. Now we have to vote on adopt the bill as amended.
Right. So, and this goes away now. This was
Yeah.
drawn.
Flips the ground, right. So we have the A, now we have the
So
OTPA.
the motion is OTPA as amended by 2025-0850H on HB 737.
No,
Yeah. No, it's,
we
we have to, okay.
need to make the
Okay,
motion
Representative
as-
Ulrich
I move ought to pass
as amended.
as amended
Thank you.
today.
Second by,
Okay. Seconded by
I'll second the motion.
Representative Schamberg.
okay, shall I
I'm just going to make this clear.
yeah.
All right, clerk will call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We are voting on ought to pass as amended, House Bill 753 as amended by,
737.
Correction.
HB 737.
the record shows HB 737 as amended by 2025-0850H.
Correct.
Representative Ulrich.
You
There's a
look- you look-
difference
you
between
look
an
this-
A and a U.
The
Yes.
person next to the ranking member, Representative Ulrich, says yes. Representative Doucette is not present. Clerk votes yes. Representative Sodi,
Yes.
Representative Ors,
Yeah, I knew that.
not present.
I wasn't supposed to.
Stephen Smith is not present. Representative Tierney,
Yes.
Representative Breyer,
Yes.
Representative Mary Ford, not present. Representative Mary Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Almy. Yes. Representative Southworth,
Yes.
Representative Malloy,
Yes.
Representative Schomburg,
Yes.
Representative Bolton,
Yes.
Representative Elberger,
Yes.
Representative Jeffrey Smith, not present. Representative Opel,
Aye.
Representative Spar is not present.
He's here.
Oops. Then
He had his invisibility cloak on, but he
Yes.
took it off.
votes yes, and Chairman Janigian
Votes yes.
votes yes. I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 absents. I count 15-0 with 5 absent.
The vote being 15-0, we'll put this on consent unless Representative Ulrich or Almy has a dissent to that.
No.
It'll go on consent unless, okay, it's on consent, seeing no objection.
Okay.
Close the exec session on HB 737.
You're supposed to hit the pad there.
Hit the clerk on the head.
Okay.
Wake him up.
Yeah.
All right, now we can get back to HB 2. So I'll reconvene the work session on HB 2, or I should say the relevant portions thereof for Ways and Means. Okay. So let's get organized. So. All right. I guess.
That was Landrigan.
Yeah, so it's public. Okay. For those of you who may not have seen the public notice yet, Representative Doucette has resigned, and he is taking a job with FEMA as I think it was Division II director. I may not have that wording exactly right, but the point is we will not have him in the committee. And for those of you wondering why he wasn't introducing his bill this morning, that was why. Okay.
Are you saying you can't introduce a bill when you're not a member?
All right, so let's get to work on HB2. You have a fiscal note, quick guide. Is this from DRA? Yeah, DRA. And you should also have the handout of the relevant parts. The title being HB2 as introduced. Page 39 is at the top of the handout. I think this document was roughly, I don't know, 70 or 80 pages long, but this is the
98.
the page 98 pages, but these are the pages relevant to Ways and Means. Let's see. Trying to find, I looked at it this weekend. I have some notes, just trying to find my notes here. So I guess we'll just go, makes sense to go in order here. HB, so if we look at page 39, one of the main components here is we had talked about VLTs, video lottery terminals, a little bit in our execing of 737. And here is introduced in HB2 the whole idea of ushering in a new era of lottery machines. So I guess let's kind of take this, not necessarily page by page, but maybe section by section. So section 65, 66, and 68, 67. And I guess 68 and 69. Yeah. 65 through 69 deal with VLTs.
So the top of 39.
You can,
This is what we were asking about the retirement system.
yeah, you can ignore the top of
Yeah.
page.
It doesn't affect revenue.
Right,
Yeah, we
exactly.
start with 65.
So we're starting, that's on line 20. So
Yeah.
on the first page you're looking at, starting at line 20 and then going to the next page to line 16. That's what we'll discuss first. And that all deals with VLTs, video lottery terminals, and recognize Representative Ulrich.
Just a linguistic type thing. I'm trying to figure out how in law or in the budget, the governor has any input other than to suggest. And then in the findings section, which I think that's just minor, but the general court finds, I don't care what the governor finds. Unless she finds a lot of gold someplace that she's going to share.
Well, I think what's happening with this isn't ready for prime time. This is just like a starting document.
No, I realize that, Mr. Chair. I'm just
saying
and
that
since
should
we're
be
just
crossed out.
Spitballing. stuff.
Yeah. Okay. Representative Almy.
Yes. I think this is the governor's bill. It
Correct.
is
Yes.
expected to be redrafted by finance before it's finished.
Right.
I would just like to put down a marker that finance should be deciding where the funding would go.
Yeah.
After it figures out what else in the budget has to be funded and can't be funded by the revenues.
Right. Yeah, it's a good point. We don't need to figure out all the funding or any of the funding issues per se. Where Ways and Means, we're interested in what revenue is coming into the state. Representative Opal.
Mr. Chairman, my understanding is that our role essentially is to make recommendations to the Finance Committee that they'll ultimately
Correct.
adopt a budget to present to the full House.
Yeah.
One of the things that I think we should very strongly recommend is to adopt, and I apologize for not having prepared this in advance, but adopt similar language for an opt-out or opt-in provision. The language could be borrowed, I think, from 737, which we just adopted.
Mm-hmm.
But I think they're absolutely, if we're adopting a new form of gaming, I think we should give the communities the opportunity to vote on whether their own constituents, their own citizens,
Okay.
would concur.
Right. Okay. Yeah, and whatever we decide here is, you know, it's not binding, obviously. We could give them all sorts of input. We could just, you know, I could close the meeting now and we could go home and they'll do whatever they're going to do. However, if we have strong recommendations, we hope that they'll take them into account. Representative Elberger. Oh, I'm sorry, I keep missing Representative Southworth. Let me go to Representative Southworth.
Okay, thank
He's
you.
been very patient.
Just for 65, as we've heard this morning, these revenues are going to vary tremendously. We have a snapshot right now, but we really don't have a good indication, especially over a couple years, what these revenues are going to be. So we're really just validating that they're going to be used, but we really don't know how much. I mean,
That's
based
true. We don't have an exact
based
number,
on
but-
what Lottery has said,
Yeah.
you know, we really don't have over time, unless you have your good crystal ball. Yeah.
He's always got a crystal ball. He just doesn't tell us what's exactly in it.
I have an idea just based on old information. It's more than what I anticipated. So generally, this committee likes that.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that's the only hesitancy I have on numbers is that I was really surprised at how big the Nash opening was.
So follow
Well,
up.
specifically, I mean, Nashua doesn't have VLTs, obviously. So specifically VLTs, you know, we won't know that, obviously.
Right. Right. And the follow up would be because the numbers aren't here that were in the governor's revenue, but you're saying you expect them to be much higher.
Yes.
Thank you. I just needed that cleared up. Thanks.
Thank you. You may want to stay there for
Okay.
a few minutes, if you don't mind. Representative Elberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking yet more questions. I know you cannot tell us how much money might come in as additional funding from gambling. The estimate from DRA is that with the cuts to some other taxes, the Education Trust Fund would be losing about $95 million because of cuts in business taxes and other. Are you anticipating as much as potentially $95 million coming out of gambling from the new VLT machines that would be going in to replace it?
Yes.
That much?
Yes. So we're not changing machines like I suggested earlier. This is just a machine that's migrating content.
Right.
But because it's HHR now goes to Education Trust Fund, and now VLTs will be split two ways, half Education Trust Fund, half onto the HB2, half to the Group 2 retirement system. That number you have to replace that funds because HHR is being taken out entirely. So that's why half of it's going in. But I'll have better numbers, but certainly VLT revenues, I would expect be much more than $95 million a year.
Thank you.
I'm going to have Senator Lang come up for a minute because he wants to say a few things, then he has to leave.
Sorry. Hi, guys. Senator Tim Lang, Senate Ways and Means Chair. I served on this committee for my 3 terms in the House as well. I just wanted to bring some data to you. I know as you're going through HB2, things like the tax rate is going to be a conversation. And so I brought along with me, I specifically reached out to the American Gaming Association, which is the national group that manages or consults on gaming, as well as Spectrum Gaming, which was our vendor we picked for the Gaming Commission, which I also served on tax rates nationwide. So you can see what taxes look like nationwide, what other states are doing as you compare New Hampshire. So the one thing I do want to talk about is, we passed in the Senate Ways and Means Committee a bill for video lottery terminals last week. It'll be on the floor this Thursday. Our tax rate we set was 35% on our tax rate. And I just want to put some logic and understanding to that and actually make a recommendation to you that I probably would have made differently. But if you recall, under HHR, you have a 25% tax rate. That's the number. Under the Charitable Gaming Commission, we learned that the operational expense to the owners are between 12 and 18% of the GGR, of the gross gaming revenue. So what I'd recommend is you split that difference and assume a 15%, 12, 18, middle is 15, and then split that revenue so that the state will increase its tax rate from 25% to 32.5%. That's a 7.5% increase. The operators will also get a 7.5% bump in their revenue. So it splits the difference. It takes a current tax rate of 25, so it's not as painful to the operator. The one thing I'll say is, and the reason why I'm recommending that is because I can go to Encore and I can bet $50 and I can on a hand of blackjack, and if I win $50 and I can walk away. I can go to any charitable gaming casino in New Hampshire. I can bet $50, and if I win, I get $50 back. So you're not going to attract people based on just pure gaming. Right? That's not the reason. If I can go make $50 at Encore and I can go make $50 here in New Hampshire, it's going to be what's closest and easiest to me. Where you will make the difference is the customer service experience, right? So by giving operators more money, they make our casinos more fun, for lack of a better phrase, more staff, more food and beverage, more entertainment values, more things. So we want to come underneath the other states when it comes to our tax rate, because we want to encourage our gaming operators to put money back into the facility to make it more fun. So that guy who's in Boston, instead of driving over to Encore, if you've ever made that drive, it's almost impossible to get there the way that casino's off the interstate. But it'll say, I'm just going to drive up to Nashville, I'm going to drive up to Salem, and I'm going to game, and we'll bring more tax revenue from the states of Massachusetts and the state of Maine into New Hampshire, because our casinos will be nicer, they'll be more fun, they'll be more entertaining, because the operators have the revenue they need, the operational money, to be able to make it better rather than just be the same as Encore. So, so my recommendation is, when you're thinking about this tax rate, think about the around 32.5%. Like I said, the Senate passed 35. That was my negotiating position with the House, because I know you passed 30, and I was hoping you beat me in the middle at 32.5 if we went to committee at conference. But as you're looking at HB2, I'd consider that. Understand it's going to have a major impact on the budget. Right? If you drop the tax rate from 45% to 32.5%, 12.5% decrease in revenues. And so some of the other things are going to have to be looked at over in finance, but as a tax policy, not looking at the spending side, but just looking as a policy, I'd encourage you to look around the 35 to 32.5%, because again, I think it's fair. The operators will make a little bit more, the state will make a little bit more, the charities will make a little bit more. Everybody makes a little bit more money. By going to 45, the operators will actually lose money as compared to HHR. They'll go from a 25 to a 45%. And if you assume that they're at the maximum at 18, they're still going to lose 2% of revenue every year just by choosing to go to slots. So no operator is going to want to do that. So we have to think about the business side, makes sense. So I guess that was it. I'm happy to take questions if you have any. Revenue splits, I'll leave to you. I did mine differently. I did a 25-25-50. I gave 25% to education. I created a new reimbursement fund for municipalities to give 25% of gaming revenue for slots back to municipalities who give out the elderly tax credit. Because as you know, when you give out a tax credit in the state, every other property taxpayer picks up the cost of that tax credit. And so my idea was we could help local property taxes by reimbursing communities for these elderly tax credits they give. And it would be a prorated amount based on how much is in the fund. And then I give 50% to the general fund for whatever purposes the legislature deems appropriate.
Questions for Senator Lang? Yes, Representative Opal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Senator. I don't remember the exact figures, but as I recall from some previous information we received, I believe from Representative Ohm, New Hampshire already charges a significantly lower license fee than any of our surrounding states. And as I remember, help me remember, but I think our fee is like $250. the fees for our neighboring states are in the thousands, if not tens of thousands, if not more. Is that correct?
That's a true statement.
Is that not already an attraction? I know that's not an attraction for the customer, but
Correct.
in terms of operators, I would think that would be a pretty strong incentive to build here or to create casinos here as opposed to having to pay the Commonwealth.
Sure. So I look at it this way. One's a short-term fee, right? So you could charge, a big upfront cost, but in the end, you're gonna have to lower your tax rate because these guys still got to make a living and they're gonna have to pay off that. They're gonna take loans on that. It's gonna add into their operational expenses. So you could charge a big fee, and it will create a barrier for people coming into the state to invest in this state, to expand in this state, especially if you do a variable size. Some states have variable size gaming licenses, tiered licenses they call them sometimes. But again, that's going to be a barrier to entry into the state. So you could do that, but I think it would actually hinder us more. I'm more of a long-term player. I'm going to look at a reasonable tax rate that will allow them to keep our gaming facilities fresh, fun, and operational by giving the operators a little more money. Remember, some of these gaming operators, I was at the Nash, opened up last week, and I went to their grand opening to see it down in Nashua. They have 600 employees, about 350 to 400 are full time, right? So these are adding. I don't want to create barriers for people to come open up in our state if they're going to create 450 new jobs or 600 new jobs in our state. So I'm not a big fan of entry fees. I prefer to take a long-term look at it.
Follow up, Mr. Chair. I guess I'm not thinking necessarily in terms of matching. You talked about, putting our tax rate beneath our neighbors. I'm just wondering, seems like there may be some room to put our licensing fee beneath our neighbors as well. Let me ask you one other question. I don't know whether HB2, I don't see an address in here, but I'm wondering about your thoughts on the transferability of these licenses. Once you have a license, if you sell the business, do you sell the license as well?
Thank you for the question. So again, licenses are non-sellable. You can only, it's like any other business. It's an asset of the business. And if you sell your business, the asset goes with the business, but I can't sell that asset off on its own. So I have to sell the entire business.
Thank you.
Anything else?
I don't see any. Thank you very much, though.
Thank you.
Okay. Further discussions, thoughts? We have DR. We're still on the VLT section. We're talking about section 65. Yeah. Yes, we are discussing on page 39 from line 20 to 36. And, well, let me see.
I don't think we have anything to say about section 66, really.
Yes.
I've just been looking at section 66 about the commission and the members. I do see on line 31 that no member of the commission shall have any pecuniary or other interest, etc. But there is no definition or no recommendation here as to who would be a member of this commission. I understand it's the governor's decision, but I would like to see some language in there at some point about who else might be on it.
You have a suggestion?
Well, does anyone have a suggestion? Ruben?
I do.
Okay.
It could be one of two systems in my thought, and I agree that that's a kind of a big appointed by the governor. Yeah,
It's normal.
yeah. That's true, Representative Almy is aware of some issues we had with the Liquor Commission. It was 3 members. And it took Bill O'Brien to break that down and change it over. 3 members, 1 from the House, 1 from the Senate, 1 appointed by the governor. Makes sense. If not that, then establish a joint committee of House and Senate Ways and Means as a legislative oversight committee to work and to oversee daily operations of, well, not daily operations, but to oversee the strategic analysis of the gaming in New Hampshire, to give both the commissioner a bit of guidance and to make it more expeditious when it comes before the legislature with, I want to mint $1 trillion coin, as a former president once suggested, to solve the deficit issue, which never happened. I'm just saying it would work a little bit smoother than it currently does with the commissioner and the Senate coming up with a 35 when he knows the House position is 30 and he's hoping to committee a conference. Just work it out ahead of time and get it done. And that would be done through an oversight committee. Something of that nature, Mr. Chair, I think needs to be urged upon Finance Committee when they're talking about this for the efficient implementation of video lottery in the state.
Representative Almy.
Yes. First, just remember, this is an existing statute to which is being added only "and gaming," and then at the bottom, that the commission shall be properly addressed as the New Hampshire Lottery and Gaming Commission. But the Lottery Commission already has 3 commissioners named by the governor at its top, who are overlooking our great long-term lottery executive director, who probably has more knowledge than they do. I'm not sure. And to add yet another group, which is, are they going to oversee the commissioners that are legislators who may or may not continue this year, next year, the year after that, or drop out to take a job?
Yes, because the legislature is the top dog, not a commission, which was the problem we had with several commissions in the state. And I, again, mentioned the issues we had in the past. And, you know, you had a liquor commissioners under the 3 that just said, we're not going to tell you anything. We don't report to you.
Well, he doesn't tell us some things either. He says it's a contract and we can't find out. So,
well,
anyway, but I do think it's a lot of unnecessary bureaucracy, especially considering that all of us are on 2-year terms.
which is a good thing.
Which is a good thing. But
I mean, is this really a new commission, or is it just because the boldface is and gaming, so there's already a state lottery commission? Is it 3 members?
No, that's yeah.
yes,
Okay.
That's the commission that oversees the day-to-day operations, more or less, month-to-month operations.
But we're not creating another commission.
No, it would not be a commission of that, but if you grant judicial, if you grant legislative oversight to a body, then you have a body already existing to help modify this as we go through the birthing pains of establishing VLTs and modifying
Whatever else comes
whatever
along.
else comes. Yeah, thank you.
Representative Schamberg.
Representative Ulrey, could you simplify this for me? Okay. It says a gaming commission of 3 members. You stated one to be appointed by the House, one by the Senate, one by the governor. I just want to make sure I'm hearing this. Go on, sir. Yes, I'll.
That would be one thing to add into this.
Okay, it would be one thing to add to this, because when I read the rest of it, the governor can remove by cause. I go, the governor would be overruling whatever the House decides or the Senate decides who that person shall be. But
Most commissioners in the state are removed only by cause. Like safety commissioner, except if you're Dick Flynn, and you know we're all the. Never mind.
But if you were appointed, and the governor wanted to remove you, would that be interference by another department of the government?
Yeah, I think it might be.
Okay.
If we did it that way, we could do it.
Okay.
But I'm saying we could do it, which is
You're
why
not
we should
suggesting that?
probably go to legislative oversight. Because
Okay,
that
okay.
puts us in a position of making a referral.
Thank you.
Representative Elberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can we find out who the commissioners are, not necessarily their names, but their backgrounds and that kind of information?
And how often they show up?
Pardon?
How often they show up?
It varies. I've had a number of commissioners in the past. Generally, they have business backgrounds. The current 3 commission members are Deborah Douglas, who lives in Bow, business background. She was a account person with Merrill Lynch. Andy Cruz, who you may know is a former principal at AutoFair and a number of other businesses. And Earl Pierce, who members of this body probably know well. He was a government relations expert with telecom. It's mostly been business. The governor appoints. Generally, the governor will call and ask if that's okay. But he's asking permission. He just wants to make sure that we can work together. And I've never said no. Obviously, I've been fortunate to have wonderful commission members appointed by the governor, and then they're confirmed by the executive council.
Thank you.
Representative Opal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, this is for Representative Ulrey. I'm just trying to understand, Representative, are you talking about legislative oversight as opposed to having the Speaker appoint 1 member and the Senate President appoint 1 member? Is that?
Yes, as opposed to that.
Okay.
Yes. It would be more clear that they can do whatever they want, but the ultimate power for the operations,
The oversight would
the
remain with the
oversight
general
would
court.
remain in this side of the house.
Thank you.
Remember, the governor occupies the office in the State House on our permission.
There's a reason we have an executive council still to this day as well. So
Yes, that's true too. And trying to explain that to somebody from another state goes, yeah, how, what?
Yes, Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had a couple of, I guess, comments on this. One is that, Senator Lang had mentioned that they were going to try or he was recommending dividing the revenue 25% to the Education Trust Fund, 25% to municipalities, and 50% to the general fund. But I don't see municipalities mentioned in where they're talking about dividing the revenue. So
we also, we had a public hearing this morning on HB 728.
Okay.
And that is a potential area where I talked to Senator Lang at lunch, and there's a bill coming through the Senate that is very, very similar to 728. But there's a couple differences. One is it talks about those splits, so we could put those splits in 728 if we want. Because keep in mind, everything doesn't have to be in HB2.
Right.
HB2 may, outline a few things. It may not describe everything. That's why these other bills like 728 although that has to be out of our committee by the end of next week. So we may or may not be able to get that all figured out. But there's that, the 35% he was talking about is in his bill. The 30% is in 728 right now.
Okay.
So those are the sorts of things, and I think there was one other difference, but those are the sorts of things that we can define there as well. We don't have to figure out everything within here.
Could I have a follow-up, please?
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The other concern I have is that it's my understanding that the teachers' pensions do not have COLAs currently. And so my recommendation would be, rather than funding the Department of Safety with any surplus, that we improve the disparity between the pensions that the teachers are getting and the pensions that other government employees are getting, because it's really getting to be pretty wide.
Is that that's more of a finance issue, I believe. That's not.
Okay. Yeah, well, that is
Okay.
on the first page. I mean, where are you going to put the money?
Okay.
Well, that's, we're spitballing right now, so.
Yeah. Yeah. Representative Almy.
Well, I'd like to spitball back then, because I think that we can exercise legislative oversight by a full committee that includes a range of people from and in public, that includes a bunch of people from different walks of life and different interests. Whereas if we have a 3-person oversight committee, the rest of us have no idea what's going on and no say in it.
Oh, no, I tend to agree with you. I'm not limiting this to 3 people. My proposal, it could be a joint committee between House and Senate Ways and Means, or meeting in joint session or something. All you need to do is designate or allot in law the ability to do that. That's the only thing it would require. Having a public was one of the reasons for it. Because we are dealing with a so-called syntax type situation, and because we have some experience with another syntax. So I don't want to have what happened happen again.
So, I mean, right now there is a 3-person commission. How's that?
yeah.
How's that been working out?
I mean, well, in 10 years, we've tripled revenue from 60 some odd million to 207 million. So I think, well, and there was certainly a discussion back in 2015 when we absorbed the Racing and Charitable Gambling Commission, and they had 6 members, and they all wanted to join us and have a 9-member commission, to which I thought that would be unwieldy. 9 commission members is difficult to answer to. You spend a lot of time on the phone just answering questions and letters and emails. It's the larger, certainly in my experience nationally, lottery commissions that are 2 dozen, 3 dozen members gets very unwieldy in terms of operations. So 3's work for us, I think.
Okay. I mean, just to be clear, I mean, I'm assuming this is the same commission. It's just that it's being called the Lottery
is. They
and
just
Gaming
did-
Commission.
Sorry, they're just amending the change in the title of just adding gaming. This
Yeah.
commission's existed for many years.
It's a recognition of the fact that the whole gaming industry is changing rapidly. Okay. Yeah.
It shouldn't, instead of addressed, if we were in England, it would be called Style. It's just the title.
Okay. Sure. Yes, Representative Breyer.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Is a clarification. I think if I'm just asking for a clarification. Is what we're discussing now is we have an existing commission that already exists. Are we talking about amending that commission to enlarge it and include legislative members? Just from my understanding.
Well, we're just throwing out ideas. I don't know, and that's why I just asked, how's the 3-member commission working? It sounds like it's working fine at the current moment. So if something's working,
Follow up.
if it isn't broken.
I also believe that the commission members make about between 10 and 15,000 a year, right?
The 2 commission members make 10 a year and the chairman makes 20.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else, any other comments on page 39? I mean, right now, I took 3 notes. I guess one is, there's a suggestion for opt-in or opt-out, opt-in, opt-out language. Number 2 was to cross out the word governor, because it's coming from the House on line 20. And then the third suggestion was, oh, well, I guess how are these chosen now, these 3 members of the commission? Is it the governor chooses them?
Yes, the resume submitted to the governor, governor chooses, and then appointed, and then confirmation process, executive council.
Okay, so I guess I'm not clear on that. Did we want that to change to Representative Ullery's suggestion of 1 from the House? Oh, add.
A legislative oversight
Ah.
commission somewhere above or to the side of,
To the side of.
to the side of.
Yeah. If we don't say that the legislature can look at either liquor or gaming, then experience up here has taught me that one of the agencies may just get their hackles up and tell you to go away. Not necessarily
don't-
current personnel, not entitled.
I believe there's a bill pending for another study commission, and it's legislatively populated. I didn't know if you could add that to that. Yeah, add it to that group, because it is a legislative body. I'm a member, but I'm not voting.
Right.
So, and as you remember from the study commission you were on, Mr. Chairman, we staff it and we're responsible for it and we answer to it. So it's not as if you'd be creating a third commission.
Something in that.
Yeah, well, I guess the point being, we may not need to create another,
No, but if
because that commission does look at all these things.
and if we give that commission legislative authority to be an oversight commission, just with the language of a legislative oversight shall reside in. You're not creating anything other than what we're already doing. And you're putting it in that section.
Yes. I don't know if that already passed or not.
We already have the authority to look at any group that is raising money for us once every 2 years. You have the authority to call us back if you see anything or someone else comes to you saying they've seen something, and have a meeting with the executive director, or I suppose the commissioners. I don't know whether, we've never seen the commissioners, so whether they'd get upset. But, and that allows the entire committee to, which represents lots of different interests, to see and discuss this. We can get to the point where you say, that's the contract and we are allowed to show you, which is frustrating from my side, but that's something we'd get to with anyone, I think. And I don't know that legislative oversight would allow us to break contract confidentiality,
No,
No, it
probably
wouldn't.
not.
but it would only be 3 people. Or 5 people, or
Yeah.
whatever.
No, I'm suggesting that in some fashion, we document or place in granite that the legislature has oversight, period. And this is just one way to do it. I would make that recommendation to finance. We have the commission that is being established. I think it already passed the House. And we could, of course, modify it like we do all the time in the trailer bill.
Yeah.
Just a simple sentence of legislative oversight shall reside. I just history has.
Okay.
I remember the frustration both you and Norm had with individuals, and I felt it as
Yeah.
well.
But
For whatever reason, and it was bad enough that, well, they took that special commission that Bill set up, and I sat on that.
Representative Opal?
I hate to disagree with Representative Ulrich because under normal circumstances, I am all in favor of legislative oversight. For example, I'd love a little more legislative oversight over EFAs, but
a lot more.
I did. Thanks to my colleague. But and I've lost where this has gone. But is there not either a new rule or something regarding the ability of the legislature through the speaker to subpoena? And would that not provide the kind of, I mean, if an agency is going to wave us off, it seems to me that one way to deal with that is to go to the speaker and say, but like I say, I'm generally all in favor of legislative oversight.
Okay. Yes.
You're
Representative Ulrich?
You're absolutely correct. If we had authority to.
So you're proposing authority in HB2?
Right.
Okay, Representative Almy.
I'm wondering if our researcher has any idea what we would need to do, if anything, to create this concept, which I thought already existed, of generic legislative oversight.
Certainly up to you. You see it in a lot of different ways in other committees. There's a Health and Human Services Oversight Commission that's existed for decades. In education, we have an oversight committee also. So having that within a committee is not unusual. I think you as a committee have legislative oversight of the issues that fall within your purview. I'd have to look up your committee's rule to see exactly how that's spelled out. But you certainly have precedent for that kind of activity if you're looking to put it into a committee or commission.
Representative Southworth?
Thank you for taking my question. It's more of a comment, but I'm just thinking, can we refer this section 66, this issue, maybe one of the leaders to Pat's committee, so that they be thinking about this as well? I know they already have a list, but there seems to be, the way we're discussing it, a way we may be able to use that committee to solve this problem.
Commission.
Yeah, it's confusing because this has the word commission in it too, but it's a different
Right.
commission.
Yeah.
That might be able to tie up some loose ends. But
Yes,
someone needs to
that-
let Patrick know. That,
So, well, okay, first off, he's not the chair right now.
right.
The new commission needs to get started, and they'll
Right.
appoint a chair, and it may be
Yes.
him again. But right now, yeah.
But
so
because
I
it's in
understand your
limbo,
point.
I'd suggest him, but whatever.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, that's certainly another possibility here, is that commission, which is made up of legislators, senators, House members, and members of the public, but, and Director McIntyre, the AG's office, but you and the AG's office are non-voting members. We also had, Alicia, no, you weren't on the, no. I remember you sitting in the audience, though. So, yes, that commission could study what should be done in this regard.
Because they'll already have more information about some of these things we're bouncing around as part of their charge of what works and what doesn't work. So
Yeah.
Like I said, we're not writing the law, we're just making recommendations.
Yeah.
or-
Well, we can
or
make,
expressing
we can,
concern.
right, we're Right, we're not going to necessarily vote on, I'm just trying to get a consensus of what we think here. We're not going to vote on this, we're not going to submit it. Well, we're going to submit our thoughts, or I'll submit our thoughts to finance and say, here's how we'd like to see this change. And we'd like to see, to Representative Ullery's point, some sort of oversight. Yes. Light, put your light on, please.
Listen to this conversation, it would probably, I think we have the mechanism in place with that commission that we talked about, that we passed out of here and passed the floor.
Yeah.
Maybe that through this, we could tweak that to have some oversight authority to address the concerns that are coming up in this discussion. Also, I believe that the LBA has a performance audit section and a financial section that can come in and look at these operations and they can look at any contract they want per statute.
Yeah, I'm not sure that we'd put the commission, the Charitable Gaming Commission in this area, only because, I mean, someone can certainly disagree with me, but this is more, I don't know, it doesn't feel, yeah, it doesn't feel,
LBA audit team is in my building 6 months a year. And so they create the manager letter for our annual report, and then we produce our annual report with the findings. Actually, it's this month. So we're the most audited agency in the state by LBA.
okay. Yes, Representative Elberger.
Thank
and
you.
then Opal.
I wanted to get back to revenue,
Okay.
unless you want to stay with this.
No, I was just about to say, I think we're done with this page, but
Okay.
Representative Opal did.
No, I just was going to, before we finish, Mr. Chair, if you could just sort of review what you would include in the list of things.
Yeah,
I missed part of that list.
Okay,
when you
so for page 39, it's the last half of page 39 is what we've been talking about. We're going to suggest that there be opt-in, opt-out language to the VLT laws. We're going to suggest that we cross out the word governor here, which I'm sure they'll catch anyhow, but we'll make that suggestion on line 20. And the third suggestion on this page was that some legislative oversight be put into the language of this commission.
Thank you.
So that's all I had for that. Is everyone okay with that? Yeah. Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just circling back again to them specifying. So I looked at that 728 bill that this refers to, and it's kind of confusing because the allocations are different, like between the two bills. They're not, Senator Lang presented one set of allocations and percentages, and then if you look at 728, it's a different allocation. So I'm not clear on what's going to actually pass into law, if you know what I mean.
So that's, so basically what happens is that's outside of this particular thing, but what Senator Lang is talking about, and I don't know the number of the bill he was talking about, but that'll go through the Senate. If it passes, it'll come to the House. We'll most likely get it here. If we change, so for an example, if we change something in that Senate bill, or we pass 728 and they change something in the House bill, there ends up being a committee of conference between the two bodies to come to agreement on well, sometimes they don't come to agreement, but if they do, then great. So we don't really, what he was talking about doesn't really matter too much for what we're looking at right now, because we're just looking at the language here in HB2 and what we would change or add, if any.
Follow up?
So yeah.
Just quickly, so again, my comment on, the funding the Department of Safety on line 24 versus leaving that to the discretion of the group, or improving the disparity between the teachers' pensions that, because they're having recruitment and retention problems too, particularly in special ed, which is a mandate. It's a federal mandate. So I think that, we need to do something to improve the situation there, because it's creating a lot of, dissatisfaction, if you will, that I'm getting feedback from constituents on. So I'm just
So you'd
concerned
like
about
to,
that.
okay, then you'd like to change that to
I'd like to
what?
fund a COLA for the teachers' pensions because they don't have one right now. So, and with the inflation that we've been experiencing, in the last several years, it's a big concern.
Not fund, but contribute.
Contribute to, yes, yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
So I guess how would we word that if people are in agreement? Do we say funding the Department of Safety equal amount? Well, do they figure out, would finance would figure out what that funding balance is?
Yeah.
We're just suggesting that you also fund the,
That's all.
okay. So we say Department of Safety, comma, what is it again? COLA for,
Contributing to, teachers' COLA.
Yeah, they don't get one, so I think we should, to their pension system or something to just improve the, like I said, the two pensions keep going further and further apart in terms of equity. And so I think we're going to exacerbate a perception on the part of the teachers that they're being mistreated by the state. And I don't want to see that happen, especially the special educators, because we
Okay.
just can't get enough.
what do we call them though? Is it just the blank word
I figure,
teachers or
is
is it?
that group one pension?
Group 1 is the state employees, teachers.
Okay.
Group 2 is the fire.
Yeah, so it'd be group one then, probably pension. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay.
Raised separately by the governor every now and then, but the teachers don't.
Okay,
Right.
so I'm gonna put comma, contributing to group one teachers.
Mhm.
What, COLA? Or no, group one teachers? Okay,
Retirement fund.
retirement.
Yeah.
We were fighting about this with the Oxford.
I wasn't here then.
Okay, let's move on to page 40. All right,
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
I wanted to get back to finance, to revenue though, for just a moment.
Yeah, sure.
I am really hopeful that your estimates about the revenue that will be generated by VLTs are underestimates, quite honestly. I'm not sure what happens on the off chance that they are not, that the revenue that is projected to be generated by the VLTs will make up for the loss of basically $95 million to the Education Trust Fund. And I'm not sure where or how, but I would like to figure out a way to have
What's that, Representative, we're on page 39, there's nothing about that. Is that somewhere else?
No,
in-
that's why I said I wanted to get back to it. I asked the commissioner about the estimates that we have from DRA
Yeah,
about revenue, and on the last page, the chart indicates that the Education Trust Fund will be, the funding will be reduced by $94.9 million because of changes in distributions from BET
okay,
and
let's
PPT.
get on the same page. So you're looking at the DRA handout,
The DRA handout, the last page.
the last page, and where on the last page, the 94.9 million,
Yes.
okay. Uh, Okay. What's causing the, wait a minute.
Now, if you
current
go
law,
back to page
proposed
one,
law.
it talks about changes in distribution from the business profit tax, the business enterprise tax, the tobacco tax, and the
Oh, okay. I think this is because the governor, we haven't gotten to this section yet. The section you're talking about is where the percentage goes from 41% to 34%.
correct.
So we're getting to that. We haven't gotten to that yet.
All right. I'd like to just sort of put a placeholder in
Yeah.
that when it gets to that point, that we need to consider what happens if the additional projected revenue isn't there and there is this a potential loss
Yes.
to the Education Trust Fund.
Representative Elmy.
Yes. I'd just like to point out that when the budget comes out, it will have specific numbers for everything in it. If the revenues do not cover that, which they did not during the 4 years that I was first chair of Ways and Means, then in the second year, we did another budget. In the third year, we did the normal budget. In the fourth year, we did another budget because the recession kept on getting worse. It would go up a little and then it went.
Yeah. Well, and that's why,
And
sorry.
when that happens, the legislature, the finance committee has to come back and figure out where it is cutting. And if there's any place that we could raise some revenue that everybody would agree to, which is also very hard.
okay. Let's go to page 40. So page 40, the first half of page 40. Is this all just definitions? Yeah, definition, wager, games of chance.
Let's just make this line 12 and 13 just merely gives
Yeah,
the commissioner power.
well, let's ask about that. So, on page 4, do you have this? You have this, right? So page 40, line 12 and 13, what is that? Obviously, it's about licensing, but I mean, what? Can you just, oh, I'm just verifying that you're correct.
For example, we require that they go to the laboratory, we require that they submit their controls to us, we require that their surveillance plans approved by us, those kinds of things.
Okay.
Jail card, no process.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so it's in the second, let's look at the second half, does anyone have any questions on the first half of that page? Okay, second half starts with chapter 287J, video lottery terminals. Definitions. I guess, well, actually, that's all definitions, yeah. Does anyone disagree with the definitions, I guess? All right, then let's go to page 41. I mean, I when I looked at this weekend, I underlined at line 20, to be eligible for a VL2 license, the applicant must have been licensed or eligible for licensure to sell pari-mutuel pools. Oh yeah, so I guess my question is there. So the only way you can get a VLT license is if you already have an HHR license?
Or you were eligible and you filed an application with us already.
Okay, right. Representative Elmy.
So the
Sorry.
And not many are in that line.
No, there's been a number 19 thrown out, that's actually high, it's not 19. And I can't tell you the rate that's lower than that. There's been a couple folks that have been rejected. Two folks merged, and then there's the issue where it's downstream.
So that number is finite at this point. That it's not open-ended anymore. No, okay. Would there be a point where you'd like to let us know how many are in that queue?
I can't, but certainly it's in flux only because, like I said, there's some folks out of the field, right?
Okay, I understand.
Some folks were still in litigation, so.
Yeah.
Not a number.
Closer to 10.
Well, it might be higher than 10, but. Yeah, but to our discussion earlier about the 7 years, 2031, this is fixed until 2031 at the moment, yes.
At the moment.
Well, unless the legislature changes it, it's 2031. Representative Opal.
I just, in that same section on line 22, and I like this, but it says a license shall not be permitted to be transferred or sold, which it seems to me would be different from what Senator Lang was saying, that in fact, if someone holds a license presently and sells their business, as I read this, and I think this should be the case, the business could be sold, but the license would not be sold.
It would be. So this language exists now in law under HHR, and the AG said that while the license, like if you were a Hackney license into Boston, you could sell that license and had value. But now you have to buy the entire business, both assets and liabilities. And so that's been a bit troubling for new outfits, but certainly the business gets sold and the license you maintain is transferred with the business.
So the license can be sold as long as you sell it with the business? Is
Yeah,
that what
it's
you're
more the business can be sold and license goes with it. But yes, the
Yeah.
answer is yes.
So it's the same thing that Senator Lang was saying.
Yeah.
That, okay,
Yeah.
follow up.
Yeah.
My question then is, let's assume I am a current license holder. I have a casino that I'm operating, or historic horse racing. And I choose to sell that business, the whole kit and caboodle, to XYZ Gaming. If I'm selling the whole business, including the license, where does the lottery commission come in terms of vetting that buyer? And I know that there's been a lot of news coverage about just that very issue, but I've been reading it, and now I need to understand it better.
Generally, very early in the process, they would come to us. Experienced gaming operators are used to this. In fact, they already know the 100 documents they need to give us and have it in a box ready to go. It's very rare to get an inexperienced gaming operator because these facilities do sell for large sums of money. So we start the vetting process very early, financial, criminal, business operations, visit their facilities, all of it. So it's a very detailed process. And, there are folks who have not gotten through it, have been rejected.
One last follow-up. Are there states where the license is not transferable even if the business is sold?
This is not transferable.
And if you need to,
Not that I don't know the 30 some odd states that do gaming. Like I know in New Jersey, there's a limit on the number you can own. You can only own 3. Obviously tribal, you have to be the tribe, so those don't count. And every so often, sometimes these are bid out. Like Rhode Island is a bid process with the state, Twin Rivers. I believe the facilities in Mass can be sold. I know that Maine, they can be sold because they were sold. The applicant for the Oxford license, Mr. Bob Bear, sold it to Churchill Downs. So just going in my head out around New England, that's all.
Representative Almy?
Yes. Is there any place where it defines what to be eligible, licensed or eligible, to be eligible for licensure? Or do we just know what it means and go along with that?
Sorry, my mic's off. Certainly eligible operators, J4, Roman numeral 1. That to me spells out who is eligible, and it had to have been a historic horse racing licensee as of the effective date of this chapter. Had to be either licensed or eligible for licensure.
This is in J4 somewhere.
Yes, page 41, sorry, line 20.
Here. But, well, it doesn't,
Well, it says under RSA 2 and
under
7D.
2, it says what you have to do in order to do that, I presume?
Yes, that's our authority to do the background check we
Okay.
require of the applicants.
Okay. And my other question, or rather remark, is that the commission, with the assistance of the Attorney General and the Chief of Staff of any city or town where licensed facilities are located, shall administer and enforce the provisions of this chapter. We don't get any money for that, do we?
No, I think it's more protecting the money that we're getting legally
We don't get money legally from this.
from the.
It goes to the state. It
Oh,
goes to
Oh,
the
you mean the cities and towns? I'm
owners.
sorry. Correct. Yeah.
Representative Schamberg, did you have your light on? Okay. Elberger?
Thank you. Both. I want to go back to line 22 because the way that is written, at the end of that line, a license shall not be permitted to be transferred or sold, simply says it can't be transferred or sold. There's no provision stated in here that it cannot be shall not be permitted to be transferred or sold unless it's part of selling a business. And I would absolutely want to see language that indicates that, because right now it says you simply can't transfer it or sell it.
Well, that must be
period.
somewhere, right? Where is it that,
It's just in opinion we received from the Attorney General's office related to can't limit it. It's part of the business, and that business can be sold. And that you didn't transfer it because ABC Corp still owns it. ABC Corp is now sold to another company. It's still called ABC Corp. Still holds the same number of things it had before, assets and liabilities. It was not our decision. It was a legal opinion.
so what you're saying is it's not necessarily specific to
Casinos.
casinos. It's like any asset. So when a business is sold, all the assets and liabilities go to the new.
Yeah.
That's just common business practice.
Correct. I mean, most of the time you want to buy the assets, not the liabilities. So usually you just buy the equipment because you don't want to buy any unforeseen liabilities. But
this
yeah,
stops you from just buying the.
yes.
the
But in this
assets you
instance, you
want.
have to buy the liabilities. It's one of the issues related to the number of our licensees is you're buying it all. It's like buying a landfill.
So this is more part of the answer to your question is it's already in what, case law, or I don't know how you would.
It was an opinion we said because we're the first applicant who went to sell the business from the same company just to sell it to somebody else. We submitted to the Attorney General's office. Our compliance officer did 4 years ago. And that's what the opinion we were given.
Yeah. Okay. Representative Schamberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, thinking out of the box here. I just had a podiatrist work on my feet, okay? I went into the office and I saw a license on the wall. If that podiatrist sells that business, is that license on the wall stay there for that business? Or is it go with the owner of the business who has the degree and things like that? I'm having a hard time. This English language is supposed to be simple, and it is simple.
That's
So, Mr. Representative, if I could, the ability to apply for the license is what you're buying from the business. So it's not, I'm not transferring your license saying, here, this belongs to you now. You have to go through the vetting process to be eligible to it, but you are not eligible for it.
so the new
Because
business.
in your example, a podiatrist, another podiatrist could buy the business.
They could buy the business, which is the building, but
Yeah.
they would have to be licensed, correct?
It's similar to us.
And that
you can buy
license-
the business, and you can still buy the license. But the license comes with the business.
But the new person that bought, or the new entity that bought the business has to be licensed. Has to get approved.
Has to go full
So it's
vetting
not like
process.
they're like, okay, great, I got my license, I'm all set. They still have to get approved
Yeah.
as well.
And like I said, we have rejected individuals in that process
Okay.
directly.
All right. Good. I mean, not good that you rejected it, just good that we can, we solved that.
We're rejecting.
Okay. What else on this page? I jumped down to line 35 and I saw VLTs shall not accept wagers in excess of $25, which in my mind, I thought maybe that should be 50 because didn't we raise games of chance to 50 or which one? We raised something to
Table stakes.
table.
This is every second that you're pushing that button and you're doing another 25 bucks.
So it adds up fast.
That's what bankrupts people.
Okay. Opinions on that 25?
Actually, if you're playing blackjack, that goes by pretty fast, though.
So what do you think about 52
Unless you
high?
double down.
Then it goes faster.
I have no problem with 20.
Okay. People like 25?
But it's up to 25. A lot of people might do 5.
Yeah. No,
That's
I mean.
why coin-operated machines are so much better. You can get nickels, dimes.
Representative Early, the load capacity for the count room is brutal. We've broken buildings with coins in our industry.
Any other thoughts, comments on page 41? So so before we move on, so we have no, I guess we have no recommendations on page 41. Is that correct?
I'd like to suggest that the city or town in which these things are, you'd be getting at least some compensation for everything they have to go through.
Why don't we pay them at the legislative rate?
That is not how.
All right, yeah. I think changes like that might have to come through a separate bill. I'm thinking that we can suggest that all we want. I'm not sure anything's.
Can we can suggest an opt-in apparently? Or an opt-out?
Yeah, but an opt-in and opt-out, that's already coming through in other bills that have been passed. 247 went through unanimously. We just passed 737.
Can we take the chief of police out of this?
Where is that? What
It's
line?
in line 4. Because the commission and the attorney general are paid by the state, but the chief of police is in a bind if he has to have somebody always there when he's only got 12 people and they're doing shifts.
Well, I feel like we're going to go down a rabbit hole on this one. Representative Almy, I don't necessarily disagree with you, but I think,
However, the language allowing the chief of police to do detail work at the facility for the purpose of enforcing should be clear.
Well, that would be.
well, they would get paid for that.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
If I could, to that point, Representative Early, most of the rooms do hire police departments for details, particularly on weekends,
And I think
regularly.
I'm just kind of thinking that's what the age limit, I mean, they're not going to get into the technical analysis of a slot machine, but
No.
you got to be 21, you got or 18 or whatever it is,
Yeah.
and you can't be drunk and
And all these facilities have significant security departments. They really do.
really.
Really.
They have to. Well, they don't want things to get out of control. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you might recommend to them that the language be more clear that allows detail work.
Just make a recommendation.
Okay. Very good. Page 42.
And Bear was into gaming.
Pardon?
Bear was into gaming.
He was the original owner of Oxford Track in Oxford, Maine, that he was the applicant for the license and received the gaming license and opened up Oxford Casino.
And the French family let him do that?
He was in Maine.
The NASCAR.
Yeah. Yeah, he was no longer the NASCAR owner, but he was yeah.
Well, go on.
All right. I need to correct myself from what I said earlier on Senator Lang's. The stuff I said, what he's talking about is what we'll deal with 728. But I forgot on page 42, line 6. That's one of the things he was addressing in his bill. And he was also addressing in line 13 and 14 the percentages. So I just wanted to correct myself on that. So we are going to look at that now. So on line 6, let's start with line 1.
Minimum average daily aggregate payback of 88%. As I recall, that is lower than any of these use.
Yeah, it's a Representative Almy, it's a minimum, so it's really a consumer protection. I know that sounds
Yeah.
ironic in this context, but it's really to make sure that the operators in a location where there's no other competition don't have lower payouts to make up.
Okay.
It's so
You're
that every
thinking if there was one in Berlin.
correct one in Burley, yeah, one in an isolated location like Conway.
Because
That's where
none of them have been running on that.
No, they're all about 90%,
Yeah.
or take within a couple percent.
Fallback position.
Okay, if anyone, does anyone have anything on lines 2 through 5? Before I go to line 6. Okay, line 6, 45% is what the governor has put in her budget. From what we heard from Senator Lang, that's probably a non-starter for these businesses to even take a chance on New Hampshire. So this in his bill, he's got 35%, and in the bill we have, 728, it's currently 30%. That's the bill we heard this morning, public hearing. So what do we want to recommend? I mean, in some ways we're getting ahead of ourselves because we just heard this bill this morning, and I know this isn't the bill we heard, but this is a component of the bill we heard. And it sounds like, from what Senator Lang's discussions have been, is that did he recommend 32 and a half? He was.
Yes.
But he's got 35 going through.
He's got 35 right
He's
now.
got 35 going through, so it's you know, one of the, Representing Murphy. Committee's the conference, back rooms, nobody knows what's going on, until it comes out. And then you're agree or disagree. Those are the only votes you have. So what he's saying, what Senator Lang had suggested was, he can get it passed in the Senate at 35. We just got it passed out of here at 30.
No, we didn't pass anything yet.
Well,
The bill proposes 30.
the
The
bill
House.
proposes 30. So halfway between is 32 and a half, which is where it will likely come out if we don't bother with anything. So don't bother with anything at this point. You can recommend to
No, we
finance.
can still
that it
recommend
will-
something. We
that-
can,
I think it should be higher.
If I could, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
the 45 number was at my suggestion, given the existing marketplace in New England, and the fact that there are really three economic levers for citing a casino. There's what you pay up front as a tax rate, what you pay, a license fee, what you pay as a going rev share model, and then what you make them do. And New Hampshire is at the lowest end of all three of those functions. We don't charge a license fee, or at least $750. We don't make them do anything capital-wise, whereas in Boston, they made Encore build a $2.4 billion casino. And our rate at 25% is the lowest in New England amongst all operators, where Maine and Vermont, Maine's at 46 and 49. The Plainridge facility in Massachusetts is at 49. Rhode Island's at 60. Encore, while they're at 25%, did require a $2.4 billion capital expenditure and had an $85 million license fee. So it was not if we could do this over again, and if I had my time machine, I would go back and make the 25% on HHR higher. Because their revenue numbers, as were mine, were based off of a per machine take of $150 per machine. And now they're running at $240, $250, and the southern tier, it's over $300 a machine. And a lot of those CapEx costs are fixed. Real estate's fixed, the machine's fixed. They pay for the box itself is fixed. Obviously, the content costs extra money. So I guess it's I view my job as making the best deal I can for the state. And so that's why I suggested the number that I did that's in here in law. I just wanted to make my sales pitch. I'm a salesman for a living, so.
Is that under the 45?
Yes, that was my number based off of what I believed would be a fair number. And candidly, I've not seen the math that disputes it.
But that's without adjusting other types of fees, like you said, a renewal fee.
Exactly, like a license,
or-
without any of those
or
numbers, just
per unit fee.
just a straight rev share model. Like they do better, we do better. And there is a natural lift with going from HHR to VLT. You folks wouldn't see it, but because of the math, because it uses different technology in the back, and I don't want to geek out and bore you, but it's much better, and it will have a natural lift that everybody will feel. And that's why I suggested the number. Only said just to make the best I could for the state, or the best number for the state.
Representative Opal?
Just 2 points. In addition to the CapEx being lower here, maybe not compared to Maine or Vermont, but certainly compared to Massachusetts and Connecticut, and our addressable market is certainly bigger than either Maine or Vermont.
Yeah.
Give as close as we are to Boston and the rest of the North Shore. I would think that, and I would particularly rely on the director and his number. I think we're already, as he says, I think we're already selling ourselves cheap in this area, and frankly, we need the revenue. One other thing, and I may be jumping ahead here, Mr. Chairman, and if I am, I apologize, but and not to steal the thunder of my friend from Hanover, Representative Spar, I do think it would be helpful if we could somehow, and this may be outside our lane, but suggest to the Finance Committee that some mechanism for spreading the wealth among charities would be should be pursued.
Yeah, I don't think that'll happen in the Finance Committee. That will probably happen in this
In a separate.
in the commission.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm still here.
Representative,
I know.
yes.
I understand why you get drawn to the right, believe me. I'd like to stay with 45.
Yeah.
I don't always agree with the governor, but I think that's a good place to start, because I think there will be some compromises, but I would much rather start there than in the 30s, so that would be my recommendation. Stick with 45 for now.
And that's Mr. McIntyre's recommendation too, right? And go ahead.
Yes, it was as if I could redo it over again.
Right.
Where versus the businesses having lost something, I wouldn't start HHR 25 now. It is where it is now. It's in law.
And looking at our neighbors, Massachusetts,
Yes.
it says 49, I think,
So there's a facility called Plainridge
for slot,
for slots that said 49.
plus 600 per machine,
$600 they pay per machine, correct?
which is a lot.
And the Plainridge had $125 million minimum capital investment. And like I said, Maine and Vermont, sorry, not Vermont, Maine, the two facilities in Maine, Bangor and Oxford, are at 46 and 49% respectively. And they also pay a fee per machine, and they also pay a license fee. I think it's $200,000.
Is 80,000 annually for license
Is that a
renewal?
Is that I'm talking about the original application. I think it was
Original app. Okay.
And then I think the manufacturers pay a fee as well.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
All right.
Just
yeah,
One last thing.
Yeah.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In my notes, it says that Senator Lang pointed out that at 45%, this might cause the operators to lose 2% every year by going to the slot machines. Can you address that, please?
Certainly, what he's suggesting is, and his math isn't wrong, it's just they pay 25% now. They pay a fee on top of that. It's 18%. Get to 43. At 45, there's a 2% gap. But that doesn't take into account that the migration of HHR to VLTs will minimally have a 10% lift. And by my math, 30% lift. And so it's a rising tide that lifts all boats, and that we should equally share in.
Checking over here.
Next.
Okay. Next. Well, I don't know what we'll. Yeah, I don't think we can really vote on that percentage, because I know there's some who do not like this 45%. So it's probably, yeah, it's
We ended up with no money from vaping because the Senate insisted on cutting it way down.
mm-hmm.
If we want
Well-
to make sure we have no revenue in this state. then just keep going.
Well, I think the issue is I can't talk to specifics, but I do know of situations where this 45% is going to cause,
Angst.
well, more than angst, business issues.
Angina?
So, what's that?
Not angst. Angina, maybe.
So, yeah, so I think and it may be why the Senate is at 35%. But, yeah.
So, thank you, Mr. Chair. So do you think just targeting a number slightly lower than 45, like 42, might be
No, it's not going to fly.
So what's like 35 is where it's going to fly, or 32 and a half, or what?
I think it's going to be what Senator Lang suggested as a compromise of 32 and a half is where it's going to end up. So,
Well, he was talking about line 8.
you're talking about line, no, he's talking about line 6. Oh,
No. Lang was talking about line 8. We're talking about line 6, which is the general distribution.
no, I don't think so.
Yes.
Let's understand that.
No, line 8 is 35% of the amount.
It just happens to be that,
That's 35% of 45%.
Right.
right, exactly. I can tell you with 99.9% surety that he wasn't talking about that 35%.
Does it matter in the, if we leave it at the governor's number, there's going to be a negotiation. So,
They'll figure it out. We can,
Right.
we could just not make a
so we can make
recommendation.
no comment,
Yeah, yeah,
if that makes sense.
yeah. We can either recommend, I would say right now, we can either recommend 32 and a half or not recommend anything. So,
So we
it's,
can't even say that the majority of us here think that it should be 45%.
Well,
of line 6.
I, the problem with that,
Because then the finance committee is going to change it anyway.
this isn't going to stand. I don't believe that it's going to stand. Well, I think, given that we don't have enough people here, I think we don't make a recommendation on that number.
Well, we're not going
Because-
to make a recommendation on anything today anyway, are we?
Well, there's some things we've agreed to that I can make a recommendation on. I asked, let me see if I have a response.
Recommendation on anything else because we don't have enough people here, unless they'll give us more time.
I sent a text asking how much time we have, not received a reply. So that's why I want to at least get as many positions that we agree on. If he says you have to have them by, well, even if he says you have to have them by the end of the week, we're out of time because this is the only meeting we have this week.
Could we do a poll again and just see how many people are fine if we do nothing, just so you know? So we'll just leave it alone?
No,
Or a
you mean
straw poll?
just this one thing, the 45%?
Yeah, and so our straw poll isn't a big debate, it's that we aren't going to do anything with it at this time. We're just
Yeah.
leaving it.
Yeah,
That'll give you backing if people are saying, why didn't we pick a different percent?
okay. Yeah, how many people think we should just leave it as it is because if we come up with something, it's not really, okay. All right. We're not making a recommendation.
So we're recommending 45?
No.
No.
We're not, we're just not, we're passing over it. Yeah, I see the confusion, but I'll have to make it clear to finance that I don't think we have enough members here to representative to make a,
The opposite side of that question, which is how many people here support 45?
No.
there's no point to it because we don't have a good representation here.
We had the same representation we had for all the other.
I think we've lost another 2 or 3 people.
We
lost
already
one.
voted. We already voted to go along with leaving it alone by a big majority.
So
Uh,
may make it,
I don't believe it'll stay at 45%.
this may make it impossible to do anything about line 10. But there is the question.
No, I mean, line 10, because no matter what the percentage is, line 10 is still
Yeah, that's
valid.
still,
Well, no, do something different with it, which would be 3 licensed charitable organizations or 4 licensed charitable organizations, depending on how big that casino is.
So maybe we should say
That
up
there
to,
would be more charities that would be able to get in on this.
Right. That's fine. So right now it says,
Well, that would require increasing, if we leave it at 45%, if we increase this to two to 4, change it from 2 to 4.
no, I wouldn't change it to 4 because if you're a small casino, you can't do 4. How about, so it looks like it's already 2 at a minimum. So why don't we say much contract with 2 to 4 licensed or,
Yeah, that would be fine. If we're leaving it at 45%, and again, 45% is the gross. That's the 100% that we're distributing.
Right.
I don't know. I don't think the two are tied together. I mean,
Yes, they are.
because the 45%, yes, there's more money if at 45%.
That's the point.
But from what Director McIntyre is saying, the amount of money coming in on some of these casinos now is markedly increased. So whether it's 45% or 32% or whatever, it sounds like more money's coming in. Don't forget, HHR is what, currently at 25%?
And the more charities that are contracted, the less each charity gets.
Yeah, but some of these big casinos,
That get it, come and tell us not to let anybody else in.
Boy, that sounds familiar.
so how about we say 2 to 4? Is that Representative Elberger? Yeah.
At the risk of needing to go out wearing a suit of armor to keep various projectiles from getting to me, I honestly believe that the casinos should have no authority over who's getting the money in the way of charities. We have something like 9,000 charities in the state, and 900 of them are getting money through charitable gaming.
Yeah, so
And-
being on the commission, it was recognized as a problem that needs to be solved.
So my suggestion would be that the casinos get no authority over who gets the money, that the commission determine a system for how the money gets distributed, which may include things like everybody gets some small percentage, or we take turns over the course of several years, but that would be the commission's decision. It should not be left to the casinos, because they don't know the people or the charities that they don't know, and those charities that they don't know get nothing.
Right. No, it is a problem. That's why.
And I would
recognized
agree
it.
100%
But
with you, Representative, but is this the time and the place for it? That's what I just don't know.
That's the issue, because if we take it away, if we say, let's get rid of it, they can't pick, well, now the charities don't get anything.
All right,
Because-
then maybe add at the end of this, until such time as the commission makes its determination about how the funds should be distributed. So leave it until the commission figures it out, and maybe give and I'm sorry with the maybes, but the commission is supposed to be authorized, or is authorized now. Has it been, has the membership been determined?
No. No, because the last commission just finished up their work with the report. The new commission still has to be appointed. I think, so as I said, it's already recognized as a problem. It hasn't finished. It hasn't gone through the Senate yet.
Yeah.
So, but the thing is, it's recognized as an issue. It's written up in the last report as something that needs to be looked at. So I think we've got to just be very simple here. The fact that we don't say what you're suggesting, Representative Elberger, still has to be addressed. Because even if we say 2 to 4, there's still the problem. That's still not going to cover all of it. So it's just a matter of, do we change this at all? Do we leave it as 2? Do we say 2 to 4? I think let's give the option of more. And yes, the casino's going to decide who they are, but at least it's something for now. I mean, it's not going to be, if we just take away that power, then charity's going to get 0 right now. Does that make sense? Yeah. Malloy.
I remember this, I think I asked Representative Ames about this with this commission and wanted to get an answer about this very question, about how long we'd be waiting to even hear about a recommendation on this. So to mess around with this right now, and to your point, no charity gets anything is danger. This has been very frustrating for me, this whole thing. I don't know how to move it forward, but at 2 to 4, put something in there now. At least show that we're interested in seeing, make a statement somewhere that we want to see more charities get this, and especially if there's going to be a lot more money coming in, according to the director. Whoa, I think we're in pretty good shape to say that.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
Especially as that means that the charities that are already in the pipeline are going to be getting a windfall, and the charities that don't get anything will continue to get nothing. There's no improvement for them. And I don't know how to make a difference. And I agree with you. It's messy. Saying that they don't get to make the decisions at this point means nobody gets anything. I don't know if it's possible to say that there needs the gaming commission or needs to make up its mind about how the distribution will be made and the selection of charities will be made within X amount of time. And if not, then we will designate some other group to make that decision for them.
Well, it's in the last report that needs to be done.
Is there a timeline?
There's not a timeline. So the other option, don't forget, the other option is if you can put together a bill that you feel like solves the problem or part of the problem, then submit the bill, because it'll probably get heard before the commission makes a recommendation. So for now, it sounds like the consensus is 2 to 4.
No, didn't Representative Ames submit a bill not to exceed 50,000 per?
Was that his bill?
I think it was, yeah.
Yeah, we killed it.
Yeah. Just the point.
It didn't really. Yeah, we felt like it didn't.
I think we put together a really
It was
good
a-
bill
it was a
to
very-
address it. Well, and I think we
It was
have
a very
bipartisan and get Lang's input too.
Yeah. It was a very bipartisan vote that the
I
bill
think
killed.
I like what you're saying, 2 to 4 at least,
2
even
to
a
4.
minimum.
I'm good with 2 to 4. I think it makes sense.
I think that makes sense.
Anybody object to 2 to 4?
No.
Okay. All right, good. Okay. Okay, so what's next is then on line 13 and 14. 13 and 14, the governor is suggesting 50% go to the Education Trust Fund, 50% to the general fund. Representative Lang, Senator Lang was I guess what did he do? He did 25% to the Education Trust Fund and 25% to a I don't know, a fund that would help that would go back to the communities for property tax relief.
That's a discussion item between the two bodies. I like 50-50, that it'll pass the House that way.
Representative Elberger.
At the risk of going back to what is an unsolvable issue, and I recognize it. I wonder if one approach in terms of how many charities a facility, a licensee has to contract with, might be approached in terms of the size, the revenue that a facility has, so that smaller casinos have fewer charities that they are required to support, where larger ones are required to support more. And I'm playing with numbers, I'm making them up because I know they're wrong.
Well, no, I agree with the principle of what you're saying. I just don't know how we decide, like if we want to say up to 2, if it's this, but if you're over this revenue, then it's got to be 3, and then if you're over this, it's 4. But I don't, without further study right now, and we don't have time on our side, I'm not sure how we figure that out.
Can I ask Representative Ohms? He has the 50% going to the ETF, 50% to Group 2. Is Group 2 basically part of the general fund? Is that what that means?
I don't know where that is.
That's what I thought. I was just trying to look at his HB2 breakdown, and compare that to this HB2 line 13 and 14? The one that he handed out that,
It's this.
Yeah.
Does she have it?
His
has-
is different. He broke it down differently than the
Yeah.
governor.
Yeah.
so is it,
She's paying group 2 with other money. I think.
One of them is current law, one of them is 728, formerly by DUSEC. Another one is in HB2 and another one is Lions.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't, I,
I think what he's doing is, if you look at the distribution chart, it says ETF 14.625, Group 2 at 14.625. I can only assume that means that's the 50/50.
right, but what's the, I agree too, but I'm just saying the 50% general fund, is that group 2 there?
I'm assuming that's
Yeah.
based on the language in HB2. Right.
yeah, this isn't
I
even,
can only assume that he's assuming that all of the general.
this isn't even right, is it?
Group 2.
HB2, where's the 50/50?
I'm not sure the governor's.
Oh, this?
Yeah, and that's
Education Trust Fund, Group 2? Oh, he's putting it all in Group
It's
2.
28 plus 15 is,
We're
That's-
talking
yeah,
to
this is
page 72 to
45%.
73 at this point. We don't.
No, we're looking at page 42, line 14 and 14.
42 lines
Oh,
13.
oh, yeah, right.
And just the 50/50 split, you know, if you look at Bill, Representative Owens, it still looks like his 50/50 split is between the ETF and Group 2. I'm just wondering if he meant Group 2 to be general fund, or is that just Representative Owens' way of saying that's where he thinks the money's going, the 50%?
The governor in the budget address did talk about Group 2. So she's proposing,
Well-
the remaining amount, half goes to the general fund, half goes to education.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Representative Ulrich.
For our purposes today, rather than say 50/50 split, we should recommend to finance that consideration be given to adding blah, and blah, and blah into the
Can you be more
distribution,
specific?
into the distribution funds. Like we just did, in what was the last bill we just did, where we, the phraseology we did earlier here today, at the beginning, something, and just, considering readjusting the distribution to include, Group 2, retirement funding, and let it go at that.
General fund as opposed to Group 2, I mean, because I guess your general fund, it's just a catch-all for anything that the governor wants to, or the finance wants to put it, right?
Yeah, but if we specify it in here, it has to go there. Because
Do-
we're,
do we want-
later-
does that- our-
further on, we're setting up a dedicated fund for
Do we,
that.
do we want to do that, though? Right.
Except for education trust. fund,
Correct.
The highway fund and all the dedicated funds.
Right, but should we be getting into the weeds to specifically say we want to go to Group 2? I mean, we should? Okay.
Well, we already said, oh, Group 2, yeah. That's right, Group 1 was, okay.
So there is a conflict between what the governor said on page 42. There's a conflict between what the governor said in page 42, Roman 2B. I think. Yeah, and what she's saying in page 72. Isn't there? Or, no, I guess,
No, those are different
no,
percentages.
those are different things.
Yeah.
Yeah, she doesn't get into the money from the lottery there.
Yeah.
But that would, according to our executive director talk, compensate some in the education trust fund and the general fund.
And again, we're only making recommendations.
Right, exactly.
Well, given the recommendation in terms of the governor's proposal in HB2, and this is probably not going to fly either, but I'll make the recommendation. I think the distribution to the Education Trust Fund on lines 13 and 14 should be higher. Because in the BPT section on page 72, we're cutting the share that's going from the BPT to the Education Trust Fund.
When you
And
say
I'm-
13 and 14, how can they be higher? They're 50 and 50.
Well, so instead
Oh,
of
the
saying
split.
50-50, I'm talking about
Oh.
like 60-40.
Oh, okay.
Right. So what I'm saying, Mr. Chairman, is on page 42, line 13 and 14, instead of 50-50, I would say 60 to the ETF and 40 to the general fund, because later on, her recommendation, which I'm not really happy with either, but she's proposing to cut the share of the BPT that goes to the Education Trust Fund. And I'm hoping that the director is correct and that the almost $100 million that is being cut from the Education Trust Fund, according to the distribution, will be made up by additional slot machine revenue. My plan B, as Representative Elberker asked earlier, my plan B is if we make this 60%, perhaps we'll close that gap. But I think we've got a history of court decisions that suggest, no, don't suggest, that tell us that we have not been doing our duty according to funding public school education in this state according to the Constitution. We may well have in the next few weeks or months more decisions that tell us the same thing, in which case we're going to have to find the money someplace. Well, it may not be, but at least it's a down payment.
I have my thing. Sorry.
Anyway, that's my opening bid, Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
Representative Southworth.
I absolutely want more money for the Educational Trust Fund, but I think there are a lot of bills and things mixed in at this point, including a committee focused on this. And so I'm not sure making a small change in this section is going to really have an impact. I wish it would, but there are just too many other things going on.
Yeah, that's a good point. There is an education funding committee. And I don't know that we can, I mean, it's not a bad suggestion. I just don't know that.
I mean, again, as I understand it, we're not going to vote on this. We're not making,
Right.
this is not a formal vote.
Right.
So the best that we can do in this committee, I believe, is to perhaps send a message to at least the Finance Committee, if not the House, that this is what we think. It's symbolic at best. And while it may not solve the problem, and it doesn't have the effect of a committee recommendation and a floor vote, I do think that I, for one, and I think others on this committee share this view, that we should be making that statement that we need to do a better job of funding education. And it's a revenue problem.
Thoughts? Somebody new? Yes. Representative Breyer.
I get I get the education funding thing, but I think where this is trailed, House Bill 2, I don't know if we should be messing with those percentages.
Okay.
Because we have the problem with the education fund, but we're also gonna have a problem funding general government with the amount of revenues we have too.
Yeah. Representative Elmy, you had
No, that's about.
you were going to say that too.
If we put more money into the education trust fund, they're just going to spend it on universal vouchers.
All right. So that's,
Is that with more legislative oversight?
Representative Elberger.
Yeah, the one answer to the revenue issue is to not cut taxes any further.
Okay. So I think we are a little bit of an impasse on that 50-50 right now. I think we just leave it. This section that we're looking at right now ends at line 21. Is there anything else that anyone wants to talk about within that realm? So
There was the cuts that are in 180 and 181. There are the cuts in 180 and 181 on page 72.
I'm not to 72 yet.
Oh, you aren't? I
I'm on
thought we
page
were.
42.
Thanks.
So
We seem to be.
So okay, so to summarize page 42, it's just the first half. We did not make, I guess the only change we made there is we're going to recommend that there be 2 to 4 licensed charitable organizations for
Yeah.
each game date. Okay,
Yeah.
now on to page 72.
The effect of those cuts is to leave more money in the general fund to be used for other things. Hopefully, some of them, things that otherwise would have had to be cut back.
Salt, sand.
So yeah, I think that's obviously probably on page 72, that's the most significant line. 26 and line 30 are the two significant lines that we need to look at. Both of those are both of them cutting the amount to the education trust fund?
Yes.
Yeah.
By 7%.
Right. So, yeah, I don't know what is the main point to that is to put more in the general fund, I guess.
Yeah, it's in
What is it?
the charts from DRA. $95 million coming to the general fund that was in the education trust fund. If we were in what we thought we were going to be in for 25 back in 23.
So it's my understanding that the education trust fund right now is up by 95 million or something.
I don't think so. Do you?
I
We
thought-
could
Question,
ask the DRA.
remember that they have to take out money for sped from that?
How much?
I thought it was 50 million, but I'm not sure. Yeah, that's for 2025. So I don't know if people have put that in the calculations yet. At first, the Commissioner of Education wasn't going to ask for it, and now he has asked for it to be taken out.
All right, I guess, can we have DRA come
So I
up
don't
for a
know.
minute? I have to leave at 4:30. What? Before then, yeah.
I definitely got here too early today.
I got my response from finance as to when they want our recommendations. One word now.
Oh, that's Dan.
Yeah.
He doesn't care.
So I guess the first question for you is is there a positive balance right now in the Education Trust Fund?
I believe the answer to that is yes. I don't have the number because the ACFR hasn't been released yet for the current year. We looked back when we were waiting to see what the balances had been in years past at the ending balance of the fund. For 2023, it was $161 million. For 2022, it was $108 million. So I don't think it has going to have significantly decreased so much that there's no balance there
Yeah,
for this year.
from what I've heard through the grapevine, it's around $100 million. I don't know how accurate that is, but Representative Southworth's point has
Yeah, I had heard
special.
100 million before they deal with the special education issue. Has that come to you guys at all?
Not to me. Yeah, the commissioner may know, but I don't.
Thank you.
Yeah, Representative Ullery.
Real quickly, you're talking about the variance number over here. That's just the differences in each account. So if the other two proposed law takes place, you're taking 94 from one and adding 94 to the other. That's all that is. It's not saying there's a deficit in the Education Trust Fund of 94,000.
That's correct. That
It's
would
only the difference of the two laws.
Yes, our analysis assumed that going forward, the revenue numbers would be the same as we used 2025 plan. And using 2025 plan, $95 million would shift from the ETF to the general fund.
If everything remains static and people don't do what people do.
Correct.
Thank you.
Excuse me, can I just ask a question?
Yes.
How far off the 25 plan are we currently?
About 18%. We also, not in our fiscal note for you, but separate and apart from it, we ran yesterday numbers based on the revenue estimating numbers that you all adopted a few weeks ago. If you use what you assumed for fiscal 25, 26, and 27, it looks more like 75 to $80 million, depending upon the year.
75 to 80 for what?
Where's the year? There we go. Yeah, so for fiscal year 25, it's $75.4 million shift. Using your revenue estimating numbers for fiscal year 26, it would be a $77.2 million shift. And using your revenue estimating numbers for fiscal year 27, it would be an even $80 million shift.
Mr. Chair, may I ask a question? And if we had used the only dissenting vote that said it was going to be 200 million less for BPT, out of that total, what would be the numbers? Can you, in the next 10 minutes as we're working on that, why?
Sorry, which year are we discussing?
What year are we in? 25, 20, yeah, 25, and 26. Just the numbers you did just for this past group.
Yep.
Because I had expressed that I thought we were too high on the BPT tax of over 200 million. We should be in the $900 million range, and this is a 1.1 billion that they're looking at. So I just wonder what the difference would be.
Yep. So
Thank you.
I think the revenue number that you used was $1,030,000, and if you used 900,000 instead for both of the business
Not 900,000.
taxes.
Yeah. So just for the business tax, sorry, for just the business taxes, let's just assume 900 million, the difference between current law and proposed law is $63 million.
Is that not making sense to you, Representative Schamberg? So that the less revenue there is to shift. Okay.
I also understand, Mr. Chairman, that these numbers here will not provide the be less property tax relief because adequate funding will go down. And that's my position on this. I feel we're moving. It's amazing, Mr. Chairman, that when I had proposed this in my other bills, they were going the other direction. But I see someone's taken up that hint of cutting. We are cutting.
Well, okay, so to the, getting back to line 26 and line 30, do we have a different suggestion than what the governor is suggesting there?
I suggest don't do anything because I think the corner office is saying we're going to move this money and property tax owners are going to have to make up the difference in their local communities. Just my opinion.
Yes, Representative Elmy.
Thank you. And I look at this from a different perspective, which is that she's moving this money to fund things that she thinks ought to stay alive, that aren't going to stay alive, that she cares about. And I have no idea which ones those are. But I think that the Finance Committee needs to make this decision rather than us.
So your thought is just let them figure that out.
Point of order,
Yeah.
just following up on her comment, really, isn't it their decision no matter what we say?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, we're just, so I guess we're just saying we won't make any recommendation on that.
Mr. Chairman, to that point, then why are we here? Why did we just spend the last 2 hours doing this?
Well, we do have a set of recommendations for them. They don't have to take
We have a
them
set
up.
of recommendations on everything except money. Excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
Well,
It's just a little frustrating to go through this process and essentially arrive at a point where the most important issue before us is money and revenue. And we are abandoning our position on recommendations on money and revenue, as far as I can tell. Maybe I'm missing something, but I just feel like we've wasted the last 2 hours.
I don't think so because, I'm just going back to look at what we did. But what the things that we are talking about still affect money. I mean, if you're talking about, did we raise money? I mean, maybe we did, maybe we didn't, but, the fact that we're allowing towns to opt in and opt out, that's potentially, a money decision for towns. Contributing to Group 1 teachers, I think that's a money issue. We're looking to get more money into them.
Well, we're correct me if I'm wrong, but we're recommending all of those things, correct? We don't have any power to actually do that. I understand. And so we're recommending these things, but we're choosing not to recommend anything on what I think are the major issues facing this committee, this state, our children. We're just saying, we'll let somebody else handle that. I just think that's wrong.
Well, we can make recommendations. What is your suggestion?
Have you read the entire budget, and do you know what other places in the budget are losing money or gaining money because of her decisions? Because that's where we are. The budget committee has to know these things. That's why they divided it in 3 parts so that they can look at them in detail. We don't know when we say we want to put more money into the ETF or we want to put it into the GF, what that money is allocated to at the moment and what we lose if we take it from there to put it somewhere else.
Well, I don't disagree, Representative, but I think essentially what we're doing here is saying, we've got 5 mouths to feed and, the 5th one, we're just not going to feed. We're making decisions at the end of the day. And we've raised this again and again, and I recognize the other side does not agree. But we've raised the issue. It is about revenue. And we have, or this body has chosen to, in my opinion, make decisions that are exacerbating the problem. And now when we come to face that fifth child who's going hungry, we're saying, well, let's let finance handle it. No, I haven't read the entire budget. I very honestly, I haven't read the entire budget. I do know that my priorities and the governor's priorities would be very different.
I think to represent Almy's point, we have to be careful not to make a change because yeah, my first reaction is just leave it at 41. Why are we cutting it? But I don't have a global view. I have not read the whole budget. I don't have a global view of the whole thing. So by changing this, what are we then affecting? I understand your point. I don't disagree with the basics of your point. I just, yeah. Representative Elberger.
Thank you. Are you in effect saying that what we're looking at is a zero-sum game and we should be looking at adding rather than having a zero-sum?
I think it's worse than a zero-sum game.
And I would agree with you.
I mean, in some case, at least in a zero-sum game, you walk away with nothing. One party walks away with nothing. I think we're telling one party they're going to walk away with less than nothing.
Well, I think on the VLT side of things, you know, that is one area where we're talking about new revenue. So, is it a challenging time right now? Yes. You know, we've got to kind of walk that walk. Representative Southworth.
Yes, I'm going to choose my words carefully. I guess I'd say regrettably, we are a partisan committee, and I don't think we can make big recommendations when we're missing 1, 2, 3, 6 people from one of the parties. I just, you know, I'm frustrated like many other people. I'd like more revenue, more for schools and so on. But today, our task on this, you know, this is where we are. And for the minority to make some strong recommendations in this, it's not really giving them the picture of the committee with 5, and actually I didn't even count Ohm. So the people that are here have a very different philosophy on my side than the people who are not here, who are in the majority. And again, to me, that's regrettable. I wish it wasn't true, but it is true.
95% of success in life is just showing up.
Except in a committee.
Okay, Representative Almy.
Yeah, I don't want us to walk away before looking at page 72, line 23, and at on line 35. 23, Charlie's still here. We raised, at your request, 15 years ago or something, up to the tickets up to $30. It was a disaster. Nobody wanted to buy them.
Oh, 50.
No, and what now you're trying to raise it to, or someone is trying to raise it to, is $50 per ticket.
Thank you for the question, Representative.
Maximum.
It was not me. It was my predecessor's predecessor. It was 2006.
Oh. That was
Rick Whistler came and asked $30 ticket. It wasn't the price point so much as it was the awful execution and the launching of it during the 2007, 2008 great recession. And when gas prices spiked and it was all bad. And so it hasn't been raised in 17 years. And so it's our request to do it. I don't expect I do it the next year, honestly. It would probably be the year 2 of the biennium, just because you plan it out and do it accordingly. But I think we're one of the few states that doesn't have one. So they're just asking for the authority,
Okay.
that's all.
Great. Thanks.
Anything else? Any other
The
parts of this?
tobacco revenue, this is something our committee does, on which they're changing the division of the tax revenue by the long-term formula that we've had to just being 34% like everybody else.
What was
And
it
it's a
before?
very minimalist change. It's 7824 distribution of funds, line 35, Roman 1, tax revenue on all tobacco products sold at retail in the state imposed by RSA 78.2 shall be divided with 34% of the total revenue being deposited in the Education Trust Fund and the remaining in the general fund. It's only a difference of, oh no, it goes from the ETF getting 43.82%, so it isn't minimalist, percent of the tobacco revenue down to 34, so that it will be the same of it as everybody else. I don't know if we want to comment on that, because this weird formula is the one that the Ways and Means Committee resulted in after we decided that we had to set the other tobacco products to the same sales level as the percentage level as the cigarettes.
Says tobacco products, which includes the non-cigarette stuff,
Down cigarette stuff.
non-cigarette stuff.
Yes. It doesn't include vaping, however. At least I don't think it includes vaping.
You could piss off the majority of the year and include vaping in it.
Yeah, that would be good. But unfortunately, it would be very hard to do an equivalence. So
I don't know, what was it before? And you're saying
it was 43.82%, because every time, a number of times after that was set up as an equivalence between other tobacco products, which were nothing at the time, and the cigarettes, we 2 or 3 times after that increased the cigarette tax. And that meant we had to do it by an equivalent amount, which ended up being this 42.82% when we finished increasing and decided not to do it again since then.
okay.
So this does also take money from the ETF and stick it into the
Jordan. That's not complete.
and we get 0.7% of it back from rent.
So, what do you want to do with that line?
Well, that's the question, right? And we don't have enough of this here, I guess, to decide it, but.
Well, if we all agree, we have enough
Do
of
we,
this here.
do we want to go with her, let's just do one uniform price across everything that isn't equivalent?
That's what it kind of looks like. I don't know if that's the
Yeah,
case.
that's what she did, 34% for everything. And it won't work for vaping. So I guess she decided to ignore it.
Mm-hmm.
But we're.
I mean, it's kind of the same, it's kind of,
We ought to have a say in it.
yeah, I mean, we can make a recommendation. It's kind of the same as what you just said earlier about the 34% of the BPT and BET.
Yeah.
Do we have enough context to make a decision? And we can recommend something as long as we,
It sounds to me like they didn't really know a whole lot about this. They decided to have a uniform tax rate wherever they could.
possibly.
Karen's not feeling well. She needs to go.
Okay. Okay.
I have a thought.
Yeah.
Could we just have a sentence, similar to what Representative Almy said just at the very end, saying to consider the breakdown of the different tobacco products rather than a flat 34%?
They're not even,
Because they're not breaking them down at
when
all.
you say tobacco product, are you including vaping?
No.
No, not a tobacco product.
No, I'm asking Representative Southworth. what he's talking
I
about.
would, again, say you could put as recommended, consider including vaping or considering a formula for vaping, something. Really, Representative Almy has better words for it than I do, but I don't think there's any wrong with asking them to consider something.
Well, they've got not much time to do a lot of work.
Yeah.
They're
But these are
probably-
just recommendations.
Yeah.
Back on at least some of these.
Yes. Microphone.
As a non-smoker, I'm not sure about this, but aren't e-cigarettes vaping?
Yeah, e-cigarettes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they're listed right here.
The trouble, wait a minute, this is right there. Oh, no, they aren't.
Look at the DRH.
That's tobacco OTP.
You- on the
is
DR
other tobacco products. Vaping is not included.
It says OTP e-cigs. It says OTP e-cig.
Oh, e-cig. Oh, yes, it does say that. I don't know how they achieved that. But that would be a very big thing. For the ones that they can find, and they can't find most of the stores that sell.
All right, so is there any, so what do we want to do with line 26, 30, and 36? I mean, they're all 34%. Do we want
Too
to,
bad the DR.
DRA,
They have to leave.
she's still
at 4
here.
o'clock.
So what, do you want to ask a question?
Well, she wanted to ask a question. I think,
I was just letting you know I'm still here if you have questions.
oh, okay.
Do you have a question?
Um,
Microphone,
I-
please.
I do have a question on the e-cig part of this. I understand that there's a bill coming from Lang at some point to us that deals with trying to get a better idea of what all the contraband is in e-cigs. But this would just refer to the part that you've been able to get tax returns from.
Right. So again, just like we did with the business taxes, we assumed that all of the three revenue streams within the tobacco tax would perform according to 2025 plan. And this analysis that we did represents the shift from the education trust fund to the general fund for that revenue stream. It does include the vaping products through the e-cigs. Those currently do not go to the
Based on
ETF
sales
at all.
price. Yeah.
And this would shift 34% of that revenue
Yeah.
to the ETF. This does not touch the rate
Yeah.
of the two types of vaping products, which are different.
Yeah. It just looks at the amount of money that came from that. Yeah. Yeah.
My thought, Mr. Chairman, you just asked about 26, 30, and 36. I think we should just recommend they stay at 41, 41, and 43.8. not their,
What
not
is
their
that
suggestions.
What is that last one? Is it 42.8? Representative Elmy, the line 36?
Where
Line
is he?
36,
The tobacco,
page 72.
This thing?
Line 36.
Oh, what's in the, going to the Education Trust Fund right now?
Yeah, that's, so, is it 42.8 or what is it?
I thought that's what you suggested there, Susan.
Yeah, line 36.
Line 36, page 72. What?
Yes,
Yeah, what
he's
did it used-
asking
what did it
for
used to
something
be?
else, what we've got now.
No, but Representative Elmy, earlier you said 42.8, I thought.
40, maybe that was it.
43.82%? Is that the number you're
Uh,
looking for? That's the percentage of the OTP products that currently
Plus
goes to the
vaping.
ETF.
Mhm.
And, I'm sorry, the stamp. Sorry, yes, the stamp.
What? Yes.
What percent of all tobacco products goes to the,
ETF.
yeah, now,
So only the stamp revenue goes to the
Right.
ETF currently. None of the OTP or e-cigarette revenue goes to the ETF currently.
Oh, so it's 43.8.
so if this were to pass, we would then be taxing everything. And 34% of everything we tax would be going to the ETF.
Correct. You have a different shift for the two types of products. It's a reduction for the stamps from 43.82% to the 34% transfer to the ETF, but it's an increase of 34% for the OTP and e-cigarette products because currently none of that goes to the ETF.
So maybe we should just leave it the way it is.
But currently, all tobacco products, whether it's the tobacco stamp or e-cigarettes or OTP, they all get taxed, but only the revenue from cigarettes, I think, the tobacco stamp, right, for cigarettes, only that revenue, a portion of that gets distributed to the ETF.
Yes.
The revenue from vaping, from other tobacco products, all goes directly into the general fund.
Correct. The 100% of that goes to the general fund.
Yeah.
That then means that the department would have to figure out some way to affirmatively tax the vape products.
We do currently tax the vape products. We tax open and closed systems differently. One is a percentage of the wholesale price and the other is a price per milliliter. Those products are currently taxed. None of the revenue from those products goes to the ETF currently. The language in HB2 doesn't impact the rate of tax at all. It only impacts how much is distributed to which of the funds.
Okay, so that's increasing the rate of distribution into the ETF from other tobacco products.
Correct.
Yes.
But you're also cutting the rate of distribution from the tobacco, from cigarettes. So if you look at the chart from DRA, if you look at the page, where is it? If you look at page 3, it's not numbered, but if you look at page 3, HB2 would cost the ETF distribution, would decrement the ETF distribution by $18 million based on current numbers. But it would add, because it would now have a distribution for vaping and for other tobacco products, it would add 9.9 million, resulting in a total decrement to the Education Trust Fund of 8.1 million. Am I reading your chart correctly?
You have it correct, yes.
So in the end, what HB2 is proposing with the tobacco tax with the other tobacco products tax, with the business profits tax, with the BET, with everything else, is to cut the education trust fund by about $95 million based on plan.
All four taxes combined.
Right.
Assuming plan is the revenue base we use, you're correct.
Right. If you go to the last page of that chart, the education trust fund would under HB2, the education trust fund would lose $61.7 million from BPT compared to the current law. It would lose $26.5 million from the current, based on the current law from BET.
We need to wrap up.
And then it would lose about $8 million from tobacco products. No. Total. In other words, it loses 18 million from the tobacco stamp from cigarettes, but it gains 9.9 by distributing revenue for vaping and for other tobacco products into ETF, resulting in a net loss to ETF from all tobacco products, vaping, cigarettes, everything, of about 8.1 million. And then I guess it gains 1.4 million from a change in the real estate transfer tax. And I didn't look at what the change is, but at any rate, the total is a net loss to the education trust fund based on current law of $94.9 million, which in my view is going in exactly the wrong direction.
I'm wondering if that's a result, and I have no idea, whether that's a result of the fact that as I've heard, the Education Trust Fund is running at about close to 100 million ahead. Maybe that's why she's chosen to do this. I don't know, just a thought. But given where we are now, I mean, we need to wrap up. Another couple people had to leave because of timing. Unless someone has a concrete reason for changing this right now, I don't think we change anything.
This is from the governor, correct? And
Yeah.
we're sending it over to finance.
Yeah, it's going to get
Why
changed.
don't we just go back to the original numbers, 41, 41, whatever, and let finance make that determine. Our recommendation would be we stay at 41, 41, and whatever Susan had, a ranking member had said it was 43.8, whatever that was, and just let finance then take the HEAT if they make a change.
I'm fine with that. All right, so with that recommendation on page 72 is to go back to the 41, 43.8, I think is what. Okay, great. Anything else? Okay.
Even though on the last page, Mr. Chairman, I see they're going to charge the counties more in the long run.
I think on line 4 on the page 73, it looks to me like the housing fund is no longer funded, which I don't, because I mean, I looked it up. That's what that is. RSA 78B13 is money going to the housing fund. So it seems like the housing fund's going away. So maybe it's only 5 million. Yeah. So do we want to recommend that we not do that? Yeah, we might as well. We don't care. I mean,
Well, we're revenue, not distribution. That's a distribution argument. Just,
yeah, that's true. That's true. That's
just the back half of
that's a good point. That's actually
the
not
other
our
page.
committee. Yeah. Okay. All right. So I'm going to close the work session on HB2. And so for next week, for those of you who are wondering what we're doing next week,
we're not
Representative Spar. Okay. Next week I'm probably scheduling Tuesday the 18th.
Tuesday?
Yeah.
Tuesday the 18th?
Tuesday the 18th.
I wouldn't do that.
Yeah. I didn't want to schedule today. Today we had a problem with people being able to attend, but this, tomorrow's election day, and the speaker asked us not to schedule meetings on Tuesday because ordinarily I would have scheduled it tomorrow. So anyways, that's, yeah, so I'll schedule, I don't know what's going to be on the schedule yet, other than I think there's 2 or 3 new bills we're going to have public hearings on. So there'll be public hearings. I think, yeah. Well, we were debating, is it 3 new ones or 4 and minus 1? I don't know. So we're going to have, I think there's only 2 new bills. We'll have public hearings on those, and we'll, I don't know what to do with 728. We could do a work session on that. The following week is the last week we have to get, well, yes, I'll have to look at that. If there's a bill that has to be out by the 20th, then we have to exec that next week. And then there's a couple, those second committee bills that we got, we could actually exec those the following week. I won't be here that following week, the 5th, 6th, 26th. Jordan will probably chair the meeting, and it probably will just consist of execing 1 or 2 bills. So it's probably a half a day meeting. But anyways, that's pretty much the schedule as far as I can see right now. Probably Tuesday the 18th, and probably, do you prefer Tuesday the 25th?
At 10 o'clock on
Yeah,
the 18th.
yeah. 25th is the Tuesday, yeah. Yeah, so probably the 8th, Tuesday and Tuesday starting at 10 o'clock, and I won't be here for the second Tuesday, but we'll still have a meeting. We'll see how Jordan does. He'll do fine. Whatever you feel needs to be done.
No, I've heard this.
Okay, thank you, everyone.